kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Nerevar. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god, god. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. Well, the moon and star come to me through fire and war. Oh, oh, come Nerevar, come and look upon my heart, upon my heart. Oh, lay down your weapons, it is not too late for my mercy. Oh, oh, come and look upon my heart, upon my heart. Oh, 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 I'm a god, how can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Nerevar. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god, god. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. Well, the moon and star come to me through fire and war. Oh, oh. Come, Nerevar, come and look upon my heart, upon my heart. Oh, lay down your weapons, it is not too late for my mercy. Oh, oh, come and look upon my heart, upon my heart. Oh, 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 I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Nerevar. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god, god. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. No recall or intervention can work in this place. There is no escape. No recall or intervention can work in this place. There is no escape. No recall or intervention can work in this place. There is no escape. No recall or intervention can work in this place. There is no escape. Oh, I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Nerevar. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god, god. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. Well, the moon and star come to me through fire and war. Oh, oh, come Nerevar, come and look upon my heart, upon my heart. Oh, lay down your weapons, it is not too late for my mercy. Oh, oh, come and look upon my heart, upon my heart. Oh, 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 I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Nerevar. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god, god. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. Well, the moon and star come to me through fire and war. Oh, oh, come Nerevar, come and look upon my heart, upon my heart. Oh, lay down your weapons, it is not too late for my mercy. Oh, oh, come and look upon my heart, upon my heart. Oh, 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 I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Nerevar. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god, god. I'm a god. heart. Oh, lay down your weapons. It is not too late for my mercy. Oh, oh, come and look upon the heart. Upon the heart. Oh, 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 I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Marabar. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. God. I'm a god.
My mic is not on. Fuck! Now my mic is on. I should hear myself now. See, this is why I never turn off. You never turn off your mic. For people like me who are dumb like me, alright? My mic is not on. There you go, see? Now it's okay. Now I can turn this off. My mic is on. You should hear me. I've confirmed that I have a voice. And it's a okay voice. So you've got that. So that's good. So let us see what is over here. As I was saying, yes, I do have some free time. Getting some bit. The initial part of recording a video for my edits to be completed. So that's sweet. Now, I can continue. Well, at least stream this, because I have been working offline, actually. While I was recording the video, I silently and also sheepishly worked on the other aspects. So yeah, here we are. Pine Arena. Yeah, aspect of courage and will, which was actually mentioned. If we read the Bellatrix lore bit, she was actually mentioned. So yes. Here are her stats. Basically, she just kills herself. She does have a form change. So the idea is the more stacks of Scorch. I think if she has 10 or plus, she's going to change into the Golden Heroine as long as she has 10 plus stacks. Right? Or rather, when she has finally, she'll have this. Not a, oh, we need to change that. This creature gets this as well. There you go. Or has. Okay. Oh, actually, no, you're right. Fuck! No spoiler there. Flunging away so quickly. Not yet. We're explaining here. So yeah, she's a bit of a risk-reward sort of thing, the way you play her. As you can see, low mana draw, because she is not technically a goddess, she is a demigod. So, if I were to put this in Pokemon terms, is she's an Articuno, if you will. So yeah, but this one is fire focused, so she gets more Scorch. She applies a lot of it. She also takes damage from it, so that's why one of her moves actually heals her. Her stack of Scorch. So here's her Golden Heroine form when she goes all out with the fire. A little bit of lore there. The funny thing is, what I did with the lore here, I suddenly lost my mind. I kind of went overboard with this one. Because when I did the lore for the other three, these three, not you, these three right here. Right, Krabos, Atros, and Roscos. They're kind of in theme where it's all reports like these. Nothing too much, right? There's a little bit of story attached to each and every one of them. So that's what I did. Now think of it like that, but I went overboard. Well, to be fair, with Roscos, it became more of a lore dump now. Then we have this little thing. And this is where they were first mentioned. Look at that. So yeah, as I was saying, I kind of went overboard with the others, with the aspects lore bit, because what I did for them was actually, instead of a short story, well, it is a short story, instead of one big short story rather in one page, it became sort of a detective noir sort of thing. We're following one character as he interacts with all three. So yeah, and of course I enjoy doing it. Why would I do it if I don't enjoy doing it, right? That's the point in creativity. And it's why it's kind of hard to get into the creative thing when you're really not in the proper mindset for it, which I understand. But fortunately for me, we have to persevere. But either way, persevered, and I think I did an okay-ish job. Of course, the prose, the grammar and everything can still be fixed. This is all first draft energy right here. So we can fix this, we can edit this, it's fine. Anyone who cites mistakes or any questions regarding what I wrote here needs to, or rather can just go in and say it. I am open to everything. Well, not totally. You can't ram things up my ass without my express permission, of course. I need to prepare that. I want to know if you like it clean or not. So yeah, it became a log of a... actually, I already used this character. Oh yeah, I already used this. For a log for Pereshkigal way back. You can see how far it went. So yeah, I already used them here. Here he is. So I reused them. What was supposed to be just one single interaction story, then just end it there and move on to the next with the other aspects. But no, again, my Tism brain just went, nope, just continue the story with all of them. So yeah, I did try to at least balance it out. Because here's Volcanarics. Aspect tenacity and tempering. This is something that I really should have. Tenacity. Perseverance. And a whole lot of patience. And tempering too, because I am being tempered right now. To the anvils of Tism. But, like I said, the more we wallow, the more we don't move forward. So we are drudging along as much as we can. So yeah, here he is. Here he is. Here he is. When I was making this guy, my initial idea is to make the temple guard, the temple lion, the lion dragon things on Chinese temples or Asian temples, and make my own spin on it, right? Where it's not too obvious. So I came up with this guy. The color scheme is white. He's supposed to be an Obstrix. That's why he has a bit of a dragon head. Right? He's a volcanic type, so that's why he has that thing in his eye. And the main is not really a main, but it's defensive plates that fly off every now and then whenever he gets into a certain mode. I'll show later. And I'm thinking, since he's an Obstrix, so maybe, yeah, I should give him the massive claws of Obstrixes, right? So he gets his massive claw, but my brain was like, where's the biomechanical things, like with Pirena? Because Pyrena has these blade things, and they're biomechanical, so where are his? Sure, he's armored, but just the main? So my brain was like, no, give him gun arms. So yeah, that's why he has underslung shotgun things on his claw here. Which he doesn't technically use when he's in this mode. But when he gets into Vanguard mode, that's when the thing just turns fully into a railgun. So, accidentally, I didn't realize that the color scheme and the idea kind of matches one of my favorite Zoids. If people don't know what Zoids are, here. One of my favorite Zoids ever, the Berserk Fury. So, it's not really I didn't really want it to be like that, but it became like that. With the color scheme and the idea, he has things here that has guns with the claws, how they are. See, with the color scheme of the handle. The only thing different is the claw itself is white, but there you go. So let's see if I can see. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Oh yeah, you'll see that in a moment once he gets into his Vanguard mode. But yes, I didn't realize I just made my brain subconsciously made a Berserk Fury. I don't know, it's how my brain thinks on those things. The guy's a voltaic type. Yeah, so he revolves around endurance, so he's a bit tough to kill. But I made it balanced where the more endurance he has, max 4 by the way, he gets minus 5 speed per stack, and he's not gonna keep them, of course. Even though it says here he doesn't lose it every turn. He's not going to keep them because again, it's up to you, but his unique move is basically Grand Claw. And it uses a stack whenever he's in Vanguard mode of endurance. Because he turns into a massive fuck-off gun. Look at that. That's in Vanguard mode. So yeah, the tail latches down on the ground where it becomes support. So whenever it compensates for the recoil. And also his legs too retract, so he can be a more solid platform when he fires those massive fuck-off guns. And as you can see, he lost his main here because they became defensive plates that float around him. Told you. Berserk Fury, right? I didn't even... It's not even the first thing came to my mind. I just accidentally made, or rather subconsciously made, Berserk Fury. Which is fine. I like Berserk Fury. So yeah, here he is, Vanguard mode. And like I said, the lore, I did try. I think I did an okay job to at least put in some tidbits about the god, the demigod, how they are, what they were, you know. At least make it mix, right? Since stories can function also as world-building tools. It just depends on how you do it, right? So that's what I did, or what I thought I did, or hopefully I've done well. The only way to know about that is when actually people get a chance to check it out and read it and get some feedback on it. But so far, the people I send it to, of course, editorial things, since, yeah, like I said, first draft energy right here. It screams first draft. So grammar issues are abound. Abound. Like, when I got a screenshot for the text doc I sent to my friend, he just fucking... It's a lot. A lot of red! And not just for the spelling things. So yeah. Which is fine, again. Not good at grammar yet. And maybe I will never be. So yeah, there you go. That's him. It's the aspect of tenacity. I kind of like him personality-wise over the other three. Well, the other three. There's 4 of them. Yeah, the guy turns into a massive fuck-off railgun that consumes endurance charges. So he can fire a much more powerful version of this gun. Here is the third one, the aspect of friendship and solitude. Firenia. And like I said, when I do my references, it's not that obvious. At least I don't make it uber subtle. Corteus is uber subtle. Yeah, I can tell it's uber subtle from the fucking blades of chaos directly molded into him. Yeah, definitely subtle. But yeah, regardless, it's not that obvious. Like, I won't basically turn that thing or that animal or character or whatever that I'm referencing to into a nearly 1-for-1 copy. Try to put my own spin in it. So yeah, because this one is supposed to be free. Yeah, from the anime. I don't know. My brain immediately went to aspect of friendship and solitude. Water type that can basically become liquid, or she's so cold that her liquid form is just uber cold. Because there's a phenomenon when it comes to water sometimes where it gets to a point where it's super cold, it just doesn't freeze. I forgot what it's called, but sometimes when water just gets to a certain temperature, it doesn't freeze. Super cold water. That does not... I forgot what it's called. Freeze. Yeah, super cold water. There you go. So, it's so cold it doesn't freeze. It doesn't turn into ice. It just stays water. Just stays liquid. So that's the idea of her. So she's still kind of liquidy body, but it's super cold. Like super cooled her body is. That's the term. Right. So yeah, so that's why her biomechanics, unlike with the others, where it's more obvious, especially with Pyrena and Volknarix, hers is embedded to her body because that's the thing that allows her to do the thing, where she partially turns into mist, or basically divides herself into tiny little droplets of super cooled, well, not really super cooled all the time. She can regulate that. So yes, you'll see her Rhyme Maiden form is the other one is the other form that I cook up for her. Yes, this is supposed to be fair, and if you can tell, the earrings are... I think the eyes, the earrings, and the hair are the giveaway. Because I was thinking of maybe coloring her white, to get the whole color scheme, but no. Again, I don't like to put references that are too obvious, that are too on the nose. Having her have the eyes and the earrings is already on the nose. It's already too much for me. That's already too much. If you don't get it, well, it's fine. But for me, it's already too much. The eyes and the earrings alone are a dead giveaway. And the name, actually. The name is also a giveaway. So yeah, there she is. The aspect of friendship. Huzzah, indeed. And they're not that... Yeah, they're like... but still, I think Agatratis is the smallest god I have currently in the Pantheon. You can't count Revelius because he's fucking dead. And the Astra are not technically gods anyway. But yeah, I think the smallest Agatratis, in terms of her base size, right? Because the gods can technically, again, can reduce themselves in terms of size and mass. Just enough mana is channeled. They've learned that in their ways, because, come on. Having this fuck-off massive dragon be in a court, especially in an alien court, doesn't have the same size proportions as you. I think it is a helpful thing that you can do that to your mass. So yeah, let's see. How big is Agatratis? I know she's really, really small. Yeah, of course Farfix is humongoid. Bellatrix is not that big too, actually. If I recall correctly. Yeah, she's not that big. Look at her. Especially if she goes on all fours. Or on like this. There you go. How's the mom? How's your mom, Bellatrix? How big is she? Yeah, see? She's not that big. She's actually, I think, the smallest god in the Pantheon. Aside from... Oh, actually, no. Someone is going to beat her. And I'm going to draw him after I finish doing the aspects. The heroic quartet, I think, is what I would call them. Because they are supposed to be reincarnated versions of the heroes that brought down the cosmic order of the Betrayer. Of Lucerius. They did something in the past which caused them to be reincarnated into these half-Astari beings. Half, okay? You can tell that because they're not as powerful as regular Astari. In terms of stats, passives, they're really not that powerful. Yes, and I try to keep the fear-in expression of having heavy set eyes and nearly deadpan look. Because I gotta say, that's her most striking feature. Because even though when I still haven't watched the show, back in the day, whenever I see a clip being on YouTube or whatever, the eyes is what stuck into me in terms of her image, her design, the heavy set eyes. Like, it's forever I'm bored or / sleepy eyes that she has. So yeah, because that's what stuck to me. Yeah, that's why I try, whenever I draw her in any other form or pose, I try to keep the eye as like that as possible. And good thing for me, I use Krita, and Krita can copy-paste my Lego pieces easily, so I can move them around or transfer them to different drawings when I need to. Like this one, I just took his head and just edited it so it looks like he's doing that. And also I grabbed the mane, just angled it a bit. Same with Pyrena with sleeping. I just took the head and the body and just added in the rest. And that's what you get for having someone who has played a lot of Lego. But we'll get to this later. So yeah, continuation of the detective story. Again, I can't even believe I've gotten to a point where there's a short story, an actually long one. Right. Hello, Denisium. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. I'm just explaining my Tism, the things that I did offline, that I have done offline, since I was busy for the past few days. But yeah, you just got into a point where I was explaining my Fearin reference character right here. I don't know if you see the Fearin reference. I gotta say, I like the anime enough for me to watch the whole thing, but it's not something that I would purposely go and watch Season 2, because Season 2 just came out. And one thing that struck me with the show, the characters are likable. The characters are likable, but it has a lot of the anime tropes that I find to be too... it's not bad or anything, it's just something that, yep, it's clearly anime written, with the dialogue, with how the characters do in fights. Like, one character's purpose only in the fight is to, oh, look at that, he is doing this. Or rather, an episode will take to go out of its way, like literally 1.5 episodes, just to set up something that she will do in the end of that episode. It's like, show, stop it. I already get what she's trying to do. You don't need to show it to me repeatedly, like 10,000 times. Yeah, it's very chill. That's what I was trying to go. It's a very chill show. That's why I kind of liked it. The characters are endearing enough for me to stay. Their interactions are quite interesting, especially with the way Fearin deals with how Tismi things are all around her, and the Stark Shark, and I forgot Fern character development was handled nice. It's basically a reflection of her and Himmel's story, but Fern's not being an idiot and being a dense motherfucker. She's basically seeing what could have been with her and Himmel or something like that. So yeah, I do like that parallel with the story. But I haven't watched Season 2 yet. I haven't gotten the urge to watch Season 2 yet, because I can see why people will not like it as well. Because the show is fucking slow. It's fucking slow, man. Before it gets to anything that's heavily... Again, they're advancing the plot, sure, but there's nothing really happening in terms of a grander arc. It's a very, very... We're just going to do chill show. Yeah, there you go. So if you're looking for an anime that's constantly... There's action going on, fighting, or some stakes being done, that's not the show for you. That's not the show for you. But if you're looking for some neat character interactions with some funny scenes every now and then... I tried reading the manga, but I read 5 chapters and kind of didn't follow through. Oh! Is it... For what I heard from the friend that recommended it to me, it actually followed the manga really closely. Because I think the creator was actually involved in the making of the show. So she followed her manga as close as possible. Tournament arc was annoying. Yeah, like I said, that's where the show just... Oh, okay, so we're getting derailed. Yeah, definitely anime. Definitely anime. We're getting derailed so hard. This whole arc could have been done in like 1 or 2 episodes. But no. No. It like occupied the entire season, like a good percentage of it. Like, alright, sure. It's your story, man. You do you. You do you. It's your story. But yeah, like I said, it's fun enough. It's fun enough for me to watch the whole thing. I might pick up Season 2 someday. But right now... What was the last thing I watched that's not basically running on my second monitor for YouTube stuff? Where I actually watched it on my primary monitor. I don't remember. Dude, I'm so focused on doing this thing. I don't even have time to do those things. Because it's either I'm busy doing some editing work for my friend, or I'm doing this so I can get this done. as soon as possible without me totally rushing it, because it's not really gonna be, if I rush it to a point where I just, whatever, then it kind of defeats the purpose of me just making the lore and the game mechanics at least as solid as possible, right? So it kind of defeats the purpose, and especially if I'm gonna go ahead and post games, test games online, it will ruin the impression, right? It ruins the impression of it. I'd rather have it to a point where there's a strong impression, right? A first impression, because first impressions last, right? And so that's another reason why I try to improve my drawings as well. Try to put a lot of drawings as well so people can see how they look like, what they move, the idea, without actually reading the lore. Oh, she turns into a translucent little thing. Yes, that's her Rhyme Maiden form. Yeah, so she basically turns into a super cooled, nearly transparent, invisible factory of cold, because her mechanic, her passive, revolves around the chilled debuff or status effect. Or basically, she gets reduced damage, but she gets uber stacks applied to everyone around her or every enemy, and she also gets tougher whenever she gets a stack applied to her. So yes, that's her trick. And yeah, look at that. I got carried away by this little short story I'm making for the detective part 3. Look at that. 2 pages of just story. Then here's the final of the ones I did offline, of the heroic quartet. Because like I said earlier, they are the reincarnated versions of the previous heroes. So here's the founder of the Auric Confederation. When he got reincarnated, he turned into a Garuda or a Grupa. This is my inspiration, because my initial idea is I need a creature that will hold, that technically still functions like an Animancer when he got reincarnated into an Astari, or half Astari, when he died. So he would still have the runes, the link runes, which functions, just to give you an idea how they are. Think of them as Pokeballs, right? Think of them as Pokeballs in this universe, where an Animancer or an Astari can keep their creatures. It's not really a storage thing, but it's rather a mini gate, a mini waypoint, where it connects to a facility where the creature is kept, and the trainer, the Animancer, the Astari. So whenever they need to summon the creature, the link rune will pull that creature from that facility into wherever the link rune is. So that's the idea of the technology, right? So think of that, but in a more inefficient and more, well, biomechanical sort of setup. Because link runes are actually very small. Like, you can put them in your pocket or something. But the versions that Archon has, he has 3, so technically he has 3 runes, and each of them are linked to the other 3 aspects. When in doubt, play Portal. Yeah, I know, right? Dude, you got tired. You started out that stream fighting Laxative Girl for like 700 was your push-ups. Dude, you beaten her around 900-ish, close to 1,000. Somewhere around that. Okay? You were so tired after the fight. And here's the funny thing. I won't say who, but I think you know who. Imagine you fighting her, dealing with her bullshit, then you're also dealing with chat, being a tism. What do you call that? Backseat gaming you, because there's someone in chat who is so annoyed of how you're playing the game. He is just constantly attacking you to change your build, to use this specific build that he wants, and he's just being an annoying bint in chat, raging and just thinking he can out argue you. So you were dealing with all that throughout that entire fight. Right? Then, after that, you were so tired of both dealing with that guy and the fight, you just played Portal for 1.5 hour because you ended the game. Your last Portal stream, you were at the end of the game, near the end, and you just played the game until you ended it. That's how that stream ended. The stream is coming through my Bluetooth headphones, but I took those out before clicking on your stream. On your stream, so I'm going to try and guess what you're saying from the avatar's mouth move. Okay, read my mouth. You are a cunt. And you tell me that just when I was in the middle of my tirade explaining what happened to that stream. And after that, you fought Manus. It was an okay. You did a lot of attempts with Manus, but it's not as bad as Laxative Girl and the Nameless Puppet. The Nameless Puppet took your cock-a-doodle-doo, bitch. Cock-a-doodle-doo. As I was saying, the Nameless Puppet, man, when you fought the Nameless Puppet, your push-ups were around 1,100. You were at around, because my friend here, Hyperbolic Ninja, he also has a YouTube channel. This is you guys give you context. So I'm editing a video of him doing 10 push-ups every time he dies on the game called Lies of P. It's a fun little Souls-like game featuring Pinocchio. Okay, so he's doing, every time he dies in this game, he's doing 10 push-ups. So I'm editing that video, doing a little supercut. So he got to the final boss of the game. Just to give you an idea how much he struggled, he started with 1,000 push-ups before he fought the final boss and ended with 1,300 push-ups. So yeah, he died like, I don't know, 30 times during that boss. So it was quite a struggle. I think everyone should try not listening to Phoenix. It's more fun. Oh, fuck off. Put captions on. Asshole. Well, if you can't hear me, might as well just go ahead and continue my lore bit here, you bastard. So yeah, as I was saying, for Arcan, so he's doing the link runes, right? So he's like even in death, even in his reincarnation as the demigod or the aspect of tragedy and heroism, he is still a trainer. He's still an Animancer or an Astari, whatever. Okay, for my friend, I'm gonna set him up. I'm gonna set him up with captions, okay? I'll give you captions, you bastard. Content never aired. This is English. There you go. Okay, I have set captions for you. There you go, as I was saying. So yeah, even in death, he he still do what he did best during that time. So he's still technically the trainer, and he's still technically the leader of the Free. So that's why the tree can go around wherever they want, technically speaking, as long as Arcan is in this mode, not in his Garuda Gruta mode. He can pull them in and out of situations, right? Or locations, put them wherever they want to, as long as it's not too depleted of mana or it's not too hostile. So the safest, think of him as like portals, right? He can make portals anywhere he wants, to a degree. So that's his job primarily, and to boost his allies. And as I was saying, he was inspired actually by Garuda, because I was thinking, since everyone in this group, all 3 of them, are inspired, believe it or not, they are inspired by Eastern mythological creatures. I will sue you too. I set it up. Or did I did not save it. I think I did not save it. Let me check. Yeah, I saved it. Whatever. You're derailing my thoughts, Ninja. Alright. As I was saying, yeah. So they're basically and I am not going to repeat what I said earlier about your stream and how you struggled on killing the nameless puppet and laxative. Okay? And how you have to deal with that one chatter that just keeps on, what do you call that? Backseat gaming you. I think you know who I'm referring to, Ninja. He just cannot take it that you're playing the game inefficiently. And he just wants you to move on to the next boss. So yeah, this one, my main inspiration for her, believe it or not, is a Tanuki. Yes, it's a Tanuki. You can see from the thing on her eye, the little raccoon mask. And she has big bowls too, because apparently in Japanese mythology, Tanukis have a thing for, or part of their mythology is they have the big bowls, like big, massive bowls, like mucho grande cojones. So since she's a girl, she cannot technically have bowls, you know. Irina is a girl, so she cannot have bowls. So the way I went around that is giving her legs, her hind legs, these ball joint things, like that. You can see it here jutting out from her from the fur here. So there's the ball thing. So when she transforms her golden heroine mode, her furry mode, as one of my friends described it, you can see the balls there, right, on her legs, on her joints. So yeah, that's my way of yeah, it's a Tanuki. If you can't tell from the balls over there and the mask. So yeah, she's a Tanuki. And this one is, Volknarix is inspired, as I explained earlier, is designed from a temple, one of those guard lions in the temples that you see, the dragon lions, with a bit of berserk fury. And Firina is actually a Kirin, a dragon horse from Japanese and Chinese mythology, which, funnily enough, was the original idea for all 3 of them. All of them I wanted to be inspired by Kirins. Just so you know, this is what a Kirin looks like. That's the original inspiration, but as I went about designing Pyrene, I was like, since I want her to be like a Robin Hood type character, I think she's gonna end up like a Tanuki or something like that. And there you go. So this is her initial idea is a Kirin. As you can see, it is quite Kirin-like. But I really don't like doing the on-the-nose sort of inspiration. So I try to change it, switch them up a bit as I keep on stressing. So yeah, she is this is her Rhine Maiden form, where she's more translucent and very liquid, super cooled state. And lastly, our Khan is a Garuda. So another thing, because the original idea is I wanted him to be carrying a pillar, like literally. My first idea of him, since we're going Eastern, let's have the main guy who's gonna be supporting them with portals and everything is gonna be carrying them in a pagoda style sort of configuration. That's the idea that I thought of. So, okay, pagoda style. What sort of mythological creature is associated with a pagoda? At first, my original idea was maybe I could just turn him into Atlas, where he's carrying the world because he was the great hero. He was the founder of the Auric Confederation and everything. So he's basically the reason why the world is right now in terms of its politics and the government system. So let's have him just carry the world, but Atlas is Greek. I'm doing Eastern for his subordinates, for his friends. So I think it's gonna be a bit of a jump in terms of the theme. So I tried to stake it in still on theme. So I turned it into a pagoda instead. So pagoda, okay. So it's not the only thing that's kind of pagoda-ish with the final design are these, right? It's not a pillar anymore. It's 3 portals with clearly power radiating in the middle, right? So 3 portals that are stacked together like that. So it's not really a pagoda, right? Because it's circular. So I added these, like the things on the roofs or pagodas, right? So if we look at a pagoda, so I added those. So they would look actually like a pagoda, see? These things right here on the roof, right? Little accents there. So I did that, so at least it will have that. And yes, he also had this on his head. Now, I'm thinking, okay, so we got the pagoda thing. That's the idea. No problem, Ninja. You have a fun work. Hopefully, you can stop by again later. And I'll be working on your video tomorrow, okay? I'll be starting the timestamping tomorrow. Now, we got the pagoda. So, if we're gonna keep on the theme of mythological creatures in Asia, what would be a creature that's associated with pagodas that we can have it carry the pagoda? Carry, right? So, I did some research, powered up Google, get some questions asked with Gemini or whatever, did a little searching. Of course, the lion dragon things, unsurprisingly, came as an answer. These things. But these things, right? Temple guards. As guardians of temples. So, because that's basically what they do in mythology, these things, right? But we already have that with Volkmaric, so I don't want to repeat that motif again. I don't want to cop that out and be lazy with that. So, what else we got? What else we got? Did some searching. I found this thing called the Garuda. A Garuda Gruta. Or a Gruta, rather. So, basically, they're bird-like creatures like these things right here. But, no. Gruta. I have to put in mythology because fucking Google is an idiot sometimes. Mythology. These things right here. Last time I searched for you, you gave me a lot of mythological things. Why are you not giving me all that? Why are you limiting my search, you bastard? So these things right here. I got these. Here. You can tell the inspiration now, can you? You can see it now in Archon, the way he looks like. So yeah, this is what I chose. So technically they're temple guardians in a sense, where they're part of the decoration, but they're usually on the roof. So I did a little cop out there and just turned him into the thing that's carrying the pagoda. But I still kept as much of the aesthetic of the Garuda, where it does the pose like that, where it's front facing like that. And the thing on the head is clearly here, so you can see. Let's zoom into his design. It's also quite fascinating when I drew him, because he doesn't fit when I drew him first time. I think I got Archon here. Look at him. So when I drew him first, he's a larger actually. I have to shrink him down because the pagodas won't fit. And I kind of don't want to put the pagodas in around him, right? Like, they're not actually forming the pagoda. They're like over here, like on the lower part here and here, just so I can have a bigger picture. No, he's like, nope, we are committing with the pagoda bit. Fuck off. So, yeah. So he has the horn, he has the mask here, it actually does come off. And he has the legs. He has 4 legs, which actually detaches whenever he gets to his active spot position, or his active form. His Garuda Gruta form, as I call it. And yes, that is him. So, just to give you an idea, he does not move. His passive is basically he can buff up to 3 creatures or debuff up to 3 creatures per round. So you have to pick how many you want. And if he buffs either one of the 3, Pyrena, Volknarix, and Firenia, they would actually have unique perks or have unique effects on either one, right? But the drawback is, since it's a powerful buff of 20% for the major offensive stats, their moves cost 2 mana, right? Yeah, sure. But another drawback I put in, because he's already too much, considering if you buff his teammates, they actually lose their drawbacks for their skills, for their passives. So yeah, you gotta balance it out. So he cannot really move. He cannot do anything, because that is part of his lore. As long as he's in this position, powering the gates and managing the being the leader, he cannot move. He cannot do anything. He's 100% channeling every mana he can into the portals, into the runes, into making sure his teammates, his friends, are always ready and at full power as much as they can. So yeah, when you meet him, he's not going to talk to you. He's just silent, unmoving, unless there's really a need. Because the slightest lapse in concentration, Archon might lose control of one or both all gates, and he doesn't want that. Because the 3 are always out there in the world being hero shits. Doing hero shits. Especially Pyrena. Pyrena is the most active. That's why her titles are like the Bandit Queen and the Scourge of the Lawless Law. She's like the Robin Hood archetype. Right? She's the most active. She always gets in trouble, and he doesn't want that. They already died once, and they don't need to die again. And it's kind of his fault too why they died the first time. So yeah, that's why most of the time, well, a lot of the time, I would say a good 99% of Archon is just him, just silently, passively, just in this spot, just channeling everything he can to keep the portals alive. Because it also acts as a communication thing between all 3. So they know where they are, they know what they're doing. Yes, and he's I would classify as a psychic type for Pokemon people out there, so just to give you an idea. Yes, his other passive, which can be unlocked if you use this move right here, is gonna basically make him a mobile version. It's him being active now. He's gonna lose all the benefits of the first passive. He's gonna get a new passive, where it becomes an Illuminate type, an Illuminate Mythic type, same typing as Lilithlex, the most powerful dragon in the setting. But of course, he's not as powerful, but the same typing as well. He also has a one crown or 1 spike simulacra, because he is part of that lineage. He is part of that bloodline. So he does that, so that would explain why he has an Illuminate typing and why he's became so much more powerful, actually. Of all the 4, he's the most powerful one when he gets to active state, because he also gets plus 500 HP and some permanent stat boost whenever he chooses this form. But again, he loses the benefits of this, since he'll become very active and will no longer be able to channel the gates, because the gates will actually turn into they will break apart, and they would spin around in a maelstrom of power below him, which he uses to channel for offensive moves or whatever moves you want him to do. And yes, the legs detach, so basically he can use his legs to beat you or shoot stuff lasers at you or whatever, or defensive postures with his legs. So you can kind of say he's beating you with his drumsticks. Psychically, okay? Psychically. But during this mode, I don't know, I really like the idea where they wear masks with eyes, but they're actually blind. He's actually blind. He does not see. As you can see, his eyes is closed. He's blind. Archon, the hero of the unit of the setting, the one who destroyed the Great Betrayer during the old founding, during the Cosmic Order, is actually blind now. Can't see. But he can, through the power of magic. He can feel the mana around him. So I really like that. Again, he is the aspect of tragedies and heroism, okay? Despite all that has happened to him, he cannot stop being a hero. Even if it means that he'll be stuck most of the time during his immortal life as nothing more than an inanimate power supply to 3 mana gate, or 3 link runes, or 3 gates, basically, for his friends. That is one of his many tragedies. One will not expand to, because we'll get to that eventually. But yes, and this is gonna be the last part of the detective story that I made for it. All 4 of them. This is gonna be the last part. I won't be expanding this anymore because I'm planning to make this an actual campaign in game. Yeah, believe it or not, I have short stories here that I set up that are actually more like prologues for campaigns that I have planned for the game. Like with or not really, not all of them are campaigns. Some of them are gonna be like mini stories or mini missions. Like Placivitus here with Eve, that's gonna be a mini mission. It relates to how you get favor from him. How you're gonna get favor for the God of Chronicles. You're gonna get a chance to use him. Yeah, the lore of the 4 sex slaves are gonna be part on the way. You're gonna get Farfnix, you know, stuff like that. So I am putting this is why, another reason why I keep on saying why I would prefer that I get this in depth right away with the lore, because it also helps me set up how the scenarios are gonna be, how the missions are gonna be, right? How our certain interactions are gonna be, what are the politics that are gonna be in the world. So it helps out a lot. And the only drawback is, which is kind of annoying, is it's taking longer than I thought, than I expect. But at least when we get to the point where actually testing the game, I will rarely worry about lore. Right? I will barely, or yeah, I would not worry about lore that much. I can focus on game mechanics from there on in, because the lore is already set, right? And I can start making videos for the game other than just doing streams for it. I can go in and make lore videos and such, which is something I have no experience of. Granted, I have watched a lot of lore videos when it comes to Doom. We have Quinn's Ideas. I love watching his Dune videos. I also have a recent one. I forgot your name. But he has done a lot of long form lore videos for games that I will never play, right? But he has done so much long form lore. We're talking about 5 hours worth of lore video just for this one setting or this one game, right? Forgot his name. He has a wolf avatar on his VRP, and it's on the other profile, my personal profile, not on this one. Fear and Hunger. Let's see if I can find him so I can shout him out. Wow, shouting him out, he's a bigger channel than me. But you know what? It's fine. I don't know how many people are watching, but at least you people, you might not be aware of them. So think of it like a tiny promotion. Fear and Hunger lore. Let's see if I can... No, not you, not you, not you. Dogma! Yeah, this guy right here. This guy right here. This guy. One of the few lore channels I watch for things that I don't really have great investment on. Let me just put that in there. Let me give him another sub. Like he needs it. So yeah. These are some of the few lore videos I watch. Look at his Fear and Hunger lore video, by the way. 7 fucking hours. I never played that game, but you know what? Fuck it. I am interested in the lore. So yeah, I never done any lore videos, but who knows? Who knows? We'll see. Granted, I don't really even think I have a very good narration voice. I don't know. Ninja said I have an okay voice. I have a very good voice, but I don't know. Personally, no. I don't know. I really don't like hearing the sound of my own voice. Believe it or not. I'm not like other streamers who loves hearing the sounds of their voices. No, I don't. I don't like the sound of my own voice. A quick quick analysis, brother. Brother, if you don't know, I am a longoid. I am a person of long, okay? I love long form content where I can just put on my second monitor while I work and listen to every now and then. One of my favorite channels, okay, is this guy. And he does long form media reviews. Alright? Long form media reviews. Just to give you an idea, look at that. 2 hours on the Marvels. He has a ongoing, quote unquote, Star Wars review that is ongoing to this point, and it's 2 hours, 3 hours each long, so it's quite long. But the longest video he made is a 17-hour video dissecting Star Wars Outlaws. Okay? So this is the type of content I like listening to. Okay? If we want to go for historical stuff, here's another thing that just came into my mind. Like I love listening to is Fall of Civilizations. He does a very good podcast / I would say radio program style, where you don't really need visuals because he's written his scripts to where he does explain everything. And I really like the part where, for example, he's doing a documentary about Persia. He would actually grab Persian voice actors where they would speak in the Persian language. Right? Reciting a poem from Persia or reciting a quote from a ruler from Persia, and they would speak it in the actual language. It was like, wow, that's fucking amazing. I love that. So I don't know. Yeah, those are my inspirations. So I don't know how much of that will come into my lore videos, but we'll get to there when we get there. But right now, like I said, I still need to polish the especially the things I've done offline. Since people, I don't know how many of you have rewatched me or have been tuning in, right? But whenever I do typing, I am dyslexic, even when I type. Like, I am typing the thing out loud. Like, I want to do this. There's going to be 1 or 2 words missing from that when I type it. So, every now and then when I reread these things I type, it's like, oh, missing that. Oh, we're missing that. One time, somehow, I got into a video about Warhammer 40k, about the heresy. Ooh, Horus Heresy, huh? Which is like 17 hours long, maybe 14. Only watched 5 minutes because it was really slow voice reading or something. Oh! That's another thing. When you do lore narrations, it has to be a balance between not so low. You know, your voice has to be projected to a point where it's not really boring people, but you have to consider the words you speak because you're narrating a story or lore. You have to be clear. Some people will just do the slow voice, and it's fine for me, but some people, yeah, will find that boring or unengaging. Some will just read it very fast and just doesn't care, just so they can get that video out. There are people like Fall of Civilizations has a very good way of doing his exposition, where it's fast enough, but he emphasizes words very clearly enough that you don't stumble on words that he's saying. If you're really not listening, that's the only time you're gonna misheard him, or rather, not get what he's saying, or you're just plain dumb. Take your pick. Whichever you want. But yeah. Dude, Warhammer 40k. I am a nerd for Warhammer 40k, okay? The Grimdark. Why do you think the setting is kind of post-apocalyptic as well? Where It's 1,000 years, yes, but the world is still suffering from the effects of the strangulation of the flow of mana. Right? We're still reeling from the effects of the gods being reduced to like 10% of their power. We are still facing the possibility of running out of energy because a lot of the tech and races of the world are heavily reliant on mana. And they are consuming so much of it that the refresh rate is actually being overridden to the point that they estimate in the next few hundred years they're going to run out. And they'll have to... basically, it's going to be a drought phase. Currently, they're in a rationing phase with mana, since they have other sources within the system that they can try to get mana from, right? Or convert matter into mana, something like that. But eventually, the cost of going out there in space and getting raw materials is going to be expensive. It's going to be impractical. So yeah, this world is on a ticking time bomb. That's the setting. Never actually got how people into Warhammer. I know there are books and there's a board game. They seem to way too... I'll tell you how I got to Warhammer. I'll tell you how I got into Warhammer. Maybe that would enlighten you a bit, or give you an idea how people got into it. You see, I'm a gamer. I love playing games. You know what is the type of game I love the most? Strategy games. RTSs. So, during my time when I was a youngin', we would actually go around buy RTS games. Oh, we already played this. Let's see what else we can get here. So, one of those RTSs we bought was this. Why are you hiding, you idiot? This, Dawn of War. This is how I got into Warhammer. The aesthetic of it, we thought this is some post-apocalyptic thing. We have no idea of the lore of this game yet. But the moment I heard the Space Marines talk, I was already into it. I got really into it to the point that we want to study the lore is when I heard how the Eldar spoke and how the Eldar looked like. Yes, I am an Eldar simp. I like my elves, okay? I like my space elves. This is the Eldar, okay? They are the space elves of Warhammer 40k. That's how I got into Warhammer, is the aesthetics. Then came the lore. These are my space elves. Look at that. Look at these bastards. Look how... so sleek. So deadly. So precise. Okay? That's how I got into Warhammer. I don't know about how other people got into Warhammer, but that's how I got into it. It's the aesthetic. It's the presentation of the universe. Then I got into lore. I read everything. I got disappointed eventually with how it's being currently handled. I stopped. Back in the day, I was super into this. I was always picking up whatever new news they have for this setting. Nowadays, I don't really care that much because of how mishandled it has become. So hopefully, things will go around, but for now, I just stick to what I have. And that's the old stuff, the good stuff. Not the bastardized, whatever stupid lore they have. Alright? I know a dude at work that, when there were no clients, reads Warhammer. He said fanfics. I'm guessing he read all the actual books. Why not? That's the thing. To tell you the truth, the way I set up the lore for this universe, and hopefully, I will get to a point where our people are actually making fanfics of my own setting, because I have designed it, or I have the idea where it's flexible enough, it's big enough for people to put in to make their own campaigns, for people to put in their own stories in the setting, their own characters, whatever. And that's the thing about 40k, the universe is so massive, they can do that. You can do that, which I find really interesting, and I am kind of inspired to doing that with with my own setting. So that's why, with the game currently, since Expedition Mode is the current game setting, and it's only set in the Blasted Waste region, the rest of the map for the main continent that I've set where the main story is going to happen is not yet fleshed out, but I will plan to release a map where there are the major areas in the area, and you can just do whatever you want with it. If you want to set up a game in this specific city, go right ahead, whatever, right? I love that, man. I love that. Like I said, I am hoping one day I'll get to a point where people actually do that. Just the thought of seeing people make fan art of the thing that I'm making is already making me soy out so hard right now. And hopefully, if anyone does share my fascination or my thing for this thing I'm making, yeah, hopefully, maybe there are people out there. I don't know. And one way to find that out is to do this. Keep on promoting. Keep on showing the world what I have to offer. Right? But to be honest with you, Denisium, there's a fuck ton, like tons of Warhammer books out there. Like, that's IP has been going on far older than me. Far older than me. I think that thing started in the 70s, and I was born in 1988. So yeah, 40k is very old. There are a ton of books on that setting, official and not. To actually run out of things to read is fascinating, but I do have a theory. Remember when I said I used to pick up every bit of news with this lore, with this setting? Now I don't, because of it being mishandled. It could be possible, Denisium, your friend there, your workmate at least, is not really into the new lore, to the new writing GW has been making. Games Workshop, GW, is the one that owns the IP. So, it is possible that he has a point like me when, same with Disney, Star Wars, and Marvel. I don't care whatever new thing comes out. I just stuck with the old one because it's all shit. It's all shit. It's all crap. The only new thing Star Wars I would recommend is Rogue One. That's it. And Andor, actually. For movie, Rogue One. Andor for a TV show. That's it. That's it. Fuck off. I don't care. Sorry, my lizard brain is not easily amused by lasers going pew pew. Again, if I want to see lasers go pew pew, I would just play Star Wars Empire at War. At least there, the lasers are much more cooler and I get to control them. Right? Sorry, I'm not that type of guy. Again, if you want to see lasers go pew pew, just watch fanfic videos of Star Wars. There's a fuck ton of Star Wars content out there made by fans who actually care about the IP. Not some soulless corporate cash grab like what Disney's doing with the IP currently. Like, this one, if you want to see Vader actually kick ass in a more, choreographed setting, right? I forgot the name of the video now because it's been years. You can watch this, Vader SC something. This one. Oh, fuck off, ad. Get away from me. Get away from me! Like I said, if you're thirsting to see Vader actually move like Vader, like what you expect at how he moves in the prequels sort of choreography, here's someone who made something better than whatever stupid Disney anime bullshit writing did. It's basically a remake of the scene in Star Wars. Yeah, it's just called Star Wars. The New Hope was added in later. SC, there you go. I'm gonna give him a like it matters. Give him a sub too. Whatever. Yeah, here, watch this. I'm just gonna show you one of the fights. Even tried to copy the Rogue One thing. Yeah, this came out like 7 years ago. Rogue One just came out. And yes, they slap Alec Guinness's face on the actor. It's like, there are moments you can see the green screen effect flumping out, and it looks weird.
Our long-awaited meeting has come at last. The circle is now complete. When I left you, I was but the learner. Now I am the master.
Only a master of evil, gods.
There you go. Prequel level choreography. actually fan-made, and it's better than whatever stupid shit Disney's putting out.
You can't win, Darth. If you strike me down, I shall become more powerful than you could possibly imagine.
Then I will show you
I know, right?
the nature of the Force.
This is what fans can do, man. You give fans enough passion, enough investment in the IP, and they can do this. Look at that. Look at that! Dude, I'm just rewatching and I'm getting chills. I don't need fucking Disney Plus for me to get my Star Wars chills, okay? Fuck you, Disney. Yeah, we're gonna skip ahead because I don't want to get copyrighted, but I'm just gonna show the fights. If you guys want to watch the whole thing, again, it's Star Wars SC-38 Reimagined for Fix It in Post. I just want to see the fights. Oh, we skipped the best part. Sorry, there's a very good scene here that I really like, and it's so Vader. This one right here. I just want to see this part again.
There is no escape.
Fucking Vader backhanding. Sorry. Fucking Vader punching Obi-Wan in the face and later backhanding him. Like, fuck off, old man. Fuck off. There you go, people. That's how you do it, okay? I don't need Disney slop. I need all I need is fan fashion. And I think he was planning, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened, but I think he was planning to eventually remake the fight in episode 3, because look at that. He's already he had this like 6 years ago, where he was planning to remake the fight in Cloud City, but I don't know what happened to it. So yeah, here you go. This is a good creator right here. Far better than what I could have ever done. You think they could just with the Force levitate their swords? Yeah, it is possible. You can technically do it. The thing about Star Wars magic, I'm not too in deep with the lore, but from what I've seen with the movies, using the Force requires a lot of concentration, right? A lot of willpower for you to manifest your will into the Force to make it do what you want. So that's why real masters are capable of doing really awesome things. Like Yoda, you saw him lift this ship, right? The X-Wing from the swamp. Look how much concentration he's actually putting into doing that little stunt, right? So imagine doing that, keeping your swords up like that in the middle of a fight. Sure, you can technically do it, but I think the level of concentration you need to do that is going to tax you out. It's just better to just use your sword with the hand rather than just to do it flashy like that. That's the thing, right? That's my impression. That's how I understood it. And that's another thing why I don't like what Disney's doing with the lore, because they are just doing whatever anime bullshit they can come up with. Some of the Force users. Like, oh, look at this guy, can do this. But you're telling me Yoda is that weak because he can just easily do something that Yoda struggled doing, even with episode 2 at the so-called height of his power, where he caught the falling platform as it fell on Obi-Wan and Anakin, right? He took a while. He struggled when he stopped that thing from falling on them. So you're telling me Yoda is that weak, and it's being overshadowed by this idiot right here, this so-called character you made, this caricature of a character you made? Fuck off. That's the thing. That's another thing, okay? I am fine. I will tell you this, people. I am fine for you to make whatever thing you want. It's your adaptation, right? But I will say this over and over again. There's a massive but when it comes to using an IP or a setting that's already been made, that's already have established rules, like what I'm doing here, and you just making your own thing and just saying, no, I'm just gonna grab the aesthetics and I don't care about the rest. No, then fuck off then. Expect people to not like what you're doing then. Because people who are fans of that setting, of that IP, who are so into the lore, will say, fuck you then. Well, that's shit. That's not how it's supposed to work. What are you doing? And what? What's the response? I'm sorry, people, but is when someone criticizes your work for being inaccurate or being lame or being poorly written, is the response, you're a bigot, you're a racist, you just don't like women, a proper response? You think that's someone who actually uses his brain as a response? You think that's acceptable? No, it's not. It's someone who has nothing to say. That is the response of someone who knows what they did is shit and they have nothing to say. They know the criticism is valid, but they can't accept it because either their ego or because the company is just gonna flop or gonna have problems with the product if you say bad about it. That's what would you say, because you know the criticism is valid. Oh, just got changed, got louder and a bit clearer actually, because I am in my rant mode. I guess the mic just identified, oh, he's ranting, time to clear it up. He's ranting again. Okay, time to clear him up. I think that's what happened. I don't know what happened. I'm just I'm just here talking into my mic. No, I'm like a radio announcer today. Ranting and raving. But yeah, you gotta, again, I long for the day when someone's gonna read my shit and they're gonna make a story using my shit. And I'm gonna be so happy if that person, if that ever comes, that person makes a campaign or a story or whatever using my IP and it's actually adhering to the rules that has been set. I was like, fuck. Dude, just thinking about it is making me watery. Making my eyes watery. Imagine if that actually happens. That is a dream, man. That is a dream. I have a dream. I'm gonna channel Martin MLK there for a bit. I have a dream. I gotta pee. I'll be right back. All this ranting has made my bladder go woompy. In the meantime, you go ahead and enjoy some art. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So we just finished drinking drinks. Let's pause that. Let me just make sure the ambience has not yet run out. That's interesting. No. Dude, you are correct on that, Denisium. They don't have shadows. And yes, shadows is going to increase the liveliness and the quality of them a lot. That is correct. I have to say my biggest weakness when drawing is the shadows. I need to learn how to shadow properly. I need to learn. But I gotta give myself credit here for a bit. I have been learning gradually to draw perspective and 3D effects when it comes to limbs better than when I originally started. So hopefully I will get to a point where I can actually be comfortable enough to actually just go ahead and study how to shadow them. Right? But yes, shadows is something that I need to learn how to do. You are correct, they don't have shadows. There are no drawings right now of any creature with any shadow effects on them. Nothing. The closest thing I have in terms of lighting or considering lighting are these with the orbs, where I would consider the light should be in this direction, so all the white things that are reflecting on the orbs should be on that direction, right? That's it. But other than that, I have not yet delved into the shadowing. But you are correct. All of them are drafts, brother. All of them. The only thing final about these that I would consider are the designs. But in terms of their presentation, right? I don't know. The designs, yes. But other than that, no. No. Yes, shadows is quite a challenge for me because I don't know how to do them here easily. Because I did try to experiment doing shadows with some of the drawings I made for the avatars of my videos. I think I have one here just to show you a bit. Let's see if I can find it. I think I do. Let's see if I can find it. Shadow. Where's the one I made for Pokemon? Is there a cleaner version of you? No cleaner version? No, whatever. Let's just pull this up. So here's the thumbnail I made for the Pokemon thing that I have a video on the channel. If you want to guys see that, just go ahead and go to the playlist. So yeah, I did try to experiment here with a bit with the shadows, as you can see, right? I find it a bit tricky because the way Krita works is that I don't know if I can apply shadows quicker by once they're all grouped in like this, or does it have to be applied in each individual layer? Because if it's in each individual layer, then that means I have to go back in each layer and consider the shadows, right? So that's going to take a whole lot of time. But that is the only way I can think of doing it currently, because that is how I did it here. But here, to be honest, when I drew this avatar of mine here, this has no layers whatsoever. It's one straight drawing. So that's why it was easier for me to do the shadows with this one. But yes, this is the only time I remember I experimented doing shadows. After that, no, I have not. Hopefully we get there. But for now, I'll focus on making sure the designs are at least good. Because shadows really help in terms of highlighting the 3D angles, right? Especially you show that this part is actually bigger than it seems, or they're actually facing in this direction. And yeah, I should be drawing you purring right now, or rather stretching, which is actually challenging. I might end up just raising your head, but we'll see. So yeah, and I really do love this idea that I can just easily get pieces from prior drawings, just slap it in. That's why I drew them like this. Again, I played Lego a lot, and I treat these drawings more like Lego pieces. Right, I can just grab a part. It's the same angle as the one I'm using anyway, so we'll grab that. Then if there's no part corresponding to the form or angle I want, I'll just go ahead and make one. Like what I'm gonna do with the midsection here right now. And that's another reason why I kinda am okay making a lot of drawings for them. This thing here, when I'm drawing some of the gods with multiple angles, like some of them have back angles, some of them have side angles, the alternate forms are out, it also works as a reference for me. So, okay, so this is what she looks like in the front. So this is what she looks like in the front. Oh, I already have this asset for the front. I can just easily take that and edit it accordingly to whatever specific need I need. So it really helps having multiples, not just for people who maybe, hopefully, want to make art using the characters, using the creatures, and me as well whenever I need to draw them. So they're serving a dual function, which is nice. It's very nice. There you go. And it also makes me question how I do the designs as well, because if you are gonna draw a creature with that specific body part, so the next challenge is what if for some reason you need to draw the creature in this pose? How are you gonna make it look like it's doing that pose with that body part, like here? So he has a very rigid mane. It's not hair. It's basically armor. So how does it work when he stretches like a kitty cat? You know when the cats stretch. You'll see it in a bit once I get his butt up. Right? How would that work? How would it look like? So now that's a challenge for me, because it also puts in the personality of the creature in question. So how would a creature like that do that pose then? Right? How would it do that, where it's actually like a cat rising up? So currently, my main solution, there are two things running into my head right now. I'm going to solve that problem. It's one is that it's either I'm going to choke up and make the frills actually act independently. Think of them, because they do break apart. If we're going to go back to his Vanguard mode right here, they do break apart into 8 individual pieces, which actually functions like mobile shield platforms, which catches damage for him. So they would do that. So what I can do is have the plate move independently. So this one, I can draw it to where it lifts up and moves like that. That would be a way to do it. Or I can just stick and be, stiff, with the idea it actually does not move, and have him actually compensate by having his head tilted like this while he stretches, because his thingy will not work, because the leg will go here doing the stretch. So this is gonna be impacting the ground, right? So unless I don't compensate for that, if we're gonna imagine this thing Volknarix here stretching in a game with using that specific pose, this part right here will clip onto the ground, which is no, that's a no-no for me. My OCD won't let that. Oh, sorry. If you're asking for that, I got crazy with this one. Since the heroic quartet are basically the four old heroes of the heroic. Let's just say they're the 4 heroes who've beaten the greatest evil this setting has ever faced. Yada yada yada. They're the reason why there's the new founding. There's the reason why there's the Auric dynasty. Are these guys? So something happened in their story where when they died, they were reincarnated into demigods. So this is what they became. So since they're all related, my Tism brain went to, you know what, since I'm not really in the mood to make a massive lore dump today. So my idea was, let's grab a character, a detective character I made for another story, and have him be a character that will actually run a story as he interacts with these demigods. So what I made is actually a short story detective noir sort of flavor, where he is documenting his adventures, his progress in a case, and eventually getting or running into the demigods one by one and having interactions with them. So this is Detective Homerus' progress during this case. So day 1, this is his case, and day 2, and it carries over until Arkan, which is the leader. He's the leader of the 4. So that's why it's progressing like that. Because, yeah, it's a story. It's an actual ongoing story. That it just so happens that it masks itself as both a short story and a lore dump for the creature and world building for the creature itself. Which is hopefully something I did well or was able to accomplish. But we'll get to that once we actually delve into the lore. Because, right now, I am making a drawing. But unless you want me to read this out to you guys, then I can do it. I just don't want to yet, because this is first draft. There might be a lot of typos. I'm ashamed. I'm a bit hesitant. But I can do that if you guys want to, actually. So yeah, that's why it's like that. It's basically a story of one detective as he does a case, during the case he interacts with the demigods, and eventually culminates, or at least ends with Arkan, which is the final log output before moving on to Primodus. I'm just making a drawing for the last page of the lore book, or their segment of lore. That's why we have all 4 of them here. So I made another Pyrena pose. I made, or rather, a Pyrenia pose. Another Pyrena pose here sleeping. Arkan here chilling, because that's how he is all the time. And I'm using this Bolknarix drawing as a reference, so I can have Bolknarix do a little kitty purr, or rather kitty stretch. Because he's technically not a cat, but, you know, he looks like a cat, so we'll do a stretch. Why not? So yeah, so it depends. If the thing looks weird, right, I might just end up having to redraw this section here and just have it detached like that. But in the meantime, I'll see about how it looks like if I do this and just place the leg here as it stretches. So that's what we're going to do. And because of that angle that I'm going for, I cannot recycle these parts here. So we'll have to draw a new leg for that. Yes, I think with Lego. Dude, this is why I said this before. This is why I find it hard for me to go back to traditional drawing, like literally on paper, because I really like the utility of me pulling parts from other drawings and just slapping them into other drawings like these. I really like the utility of it. It is very, very helpful. It is very, very convenient, actually. And I can do this too. Whenever oh, it's a bit too far. Oh, look, it's hiding the bend on the back, so we don't really see him doing the cat bend. So I need to move the head a bit further. So yeah, if I were doing this in actual drawing and painting, whatever, I have to erase that, put another layer on it, just redo the entire part again. So yeah, it's quite a hassle. But you'll never see me use AI to make my drawings. Fuck off! The closest thing that I can have AI do to my drawing is, hey AI, can you put something here like a background? That's the closest thing. Or AI, can you animate this? At least make a move, wiggle like this. But I really don't trust AI capable of doing that. Considering a lot of my designs are very not normal in terms of what the AI would expect, because the AI hasn't... This is the first time the AI will be noticing or looking at these images, because I don't think anyone has made something like this before. I think my designs are unique-ish. Maybe. I don't know. I don't really know what's going on out there. And I don't even remember my own name sometimes. So yeah. But again, I have this opinion here. I know if it's a hot take, but AI right now, what people out there, what the normies call as AI, it's not AI. Not even close, brother. It's not even close to AI. What you have there is just a language model, just predicts and just steals information, sources information from the internet or whatever data bank it has for its responses. It's not real AI. You cannot ask it. It cannot be inspired. It cannot have any sort of creative drive, which is some of the things that you need to be actually sentient, right? It does not feel emotion the way we do. It does not process things the way we do. It does not see beauty the way we do. No, it's not AI. To be fully AI is to be like you and me when it comes to the level of cognition. It is nothing more than a fancy little language model that has been given the term AI for people like you or me when I was not fully aware of how it really works to clap and be, wow! We have gotten so far as a species that we are actually capable of making AI. And investors are going to go, yep, I'm going to put $1 million on it. Yeah, boy. Yeah, that's why it's called AI. But it's not really. Not even close. But the advances with its organizing skills is quite fascinating because I am using it. It is nothing more than a fancy tool, a very, very fancy tool. I use it to organize my thoughts, actually. I use it to be a secretary that I can just ask for things like, what? Can you give me other words for this? Can you give me, what do you think is an antonym or a synonym for this? Stuff like that. That's or at basic calculations. It's actually good at basic calculations. It's like, can you compute this for me? Because I'm bad at math. Yes, I'm bad at math. What can I say? Why do you think I studied political science in college? Why do you think I wanted to become a fucking lawyer? Have you seen PewDiePie make a self-hosting AI? Technically, you need a lot of RAM to run it, but it's pretty cool. Oh, I have seen that video got recommended to me a few days ago, but I didn't watch it. So PewDiePie is making his own AI, huh? Is it actual good? But that's the thing. So if it's using a lot of RAM, it's not really that and commercially viable. Because for it to be commercially viable, at least it has to be in a level where everyone can use it, right? A vast majority of people can use it. It can't be just a select few who just happens to have the best gear, right? But I'm curious, why did PewDiePie do that? Did he say why did he do? What's his goal? Does he just want to make something like that, or is he planning to make something out of it, like real investment, something? Yeah, it actually made me a bit curious. And PewDiePie is a good dude, though. I like the guy. He is one of the few of the old internet that are still out there, that are still kicking and doing content, right? He is a product of an age long gone. Long gone, I say. An age where people in the internet can say and do things that are nowadays considered quite taboo and evil. It is an age of the internet when one can still joke about things and not be cancelled because you use the word, regardless of context. I need lots of RAM, especially because if you want to be your PC calculating stuff, otherwise send your request to the company. Yeah, dude, I need a lot of RAM too because I have YouTube stuff that I need to edit, and the more complicated a video gets, the more RAM it requires for it to complete itself. Which, yeah, but not so much as that I need like a $1,000 PC or something. But I do need to update my PC. That's another thing. I'm worrying about. But yeah, so yeah, for computational bits, yep, I can see that. I can definitely see you needing a lot of RAM for that. Just look at us, puny little monkey brains, having to struggle with computing stuff. Imagine how much our brains struggle to do that. Our primitive little monkey brain is already dying just with basic calculations. Oh, look at that! That's nice. Dude, I am so proud I was able to make that little pose. Look at that! I made a little god purr like a little kitten. Alright, I find it really cute that I was able to make him do this. I love it. Look at that! It's about privacy. Privacy? So his AI is gonna be... Oh, are you referring to what you need it for? Dude, how much do they charge for those? Like... Surely a company is making a killing with that service out there. Considering how many massive companies, just let alone banks, man. Just basic companies need good computational framework for accounting, logistics, and all that. Right? Ow. Fly? Gonna take a bath? Ah, out of the way. And I used to watch PewDiePie a lot too back in the day. Back when he was doing a lot of those gaming videos. I kind of stopped when he was he switched to blogs. Dude, I'm happy for him. He was able to find his niche and be happy with his life. Not everyone in this YouTube sphere. Dude, a lot of YouTubers, especially the old guard YouTubers, either got too stuck in the rut, right? And forgot their roots, or just basically struggle to be whatever during this time, because it's either their content got stale or they just basically lost the will to do the content anymore. And I'm just happy that PewDiePie was able to find his niche, or have the decency to retire or stop. He's a nice dude. He from what I get, last time I saw him, he still was a humble dude. He is not there to show off his riches, his achievements. He's not doing the YouTube thing because of some thing that he just wants to feel good, or he wants to rub it into people that he's better than everyone else. There's not an ego trip where he does he streams because he wants to be the loudest or the most correct voice in the room, you know? No, he just does it for the passion. He just loves doing it. No, self-hosting solves the problem of privacy with the big companies. It just, oh, yeah, I get you. Yeah. Because the more information you send out there, the most likely it's going to be kept, because you don't really know what they do to the information you send them. Or, right, the information you sent somehow might get intercepted and get stolen that way. And that's another thing that can happen. Look at that! I made him do a little cat stretch. That's cute. Sorry, I'm happy what I did here. Look at him doing cat stretch. Like, nice. It's like he had a nice breakfast. It's like he had the best breakfast in existence. You can tell I'm a cat owner because a dragon god, demigod. It's not really a cat. I end up making a cat stretch. Okay? He's a dragon. He just happens to have a mane, but he's a dragon. But I want him to do the cat stretch. So fuck off. Sort off! Now, here's the problem. How are we gonna deal with the massive fuck off clause? How are we gonna... What am I gonna do? Is it... Oh! I have an idea. So it's gonna be really relaxed. One is gonna be like up there, the other one's gonna be relaxed. Or maybe should I make it tense? Like they're all pointing the same direction, it's straight up. Because cats have do that. It's all stretched up like that in the front. Let's grab the claws. Let's grab the claws. Mokmarix, I need your claws. Give me them claws. Give me them claws, boy. Now where's the gun? Where's the underslung gun? Give me them Lego pieces. Oh, I got the right part. Nice. So yeah, I think it's okay if I do it like this. Like they're both here, like high up like that. Look at that. Oh, look at that. He's doing the cat stretch. Oh my god, yes. Look at that, he's doing the cat stretch with his guns pointing up. Oh my god, yes. Ah, feels good. That feels good, people. This is why we create. Did I make a third one? Did I make a third claw? No, I did not. Okay, I thought I made a third claw or something. Okay, I wanted to steal you. So there you go. It's gonna hide the curve, which is kind of annoying me because I do want to show the curve. Sawed off the curve. Alright, I kind of want to show the curve, but his anatomy is gonna clash unless I do this. Ah, there you go. It still shows off the curve, so that's nice. And I need the other part. No, not you. I need this little thing. Okay. There you go. Look at that! Okay. Let's grab this one. Put it here so it will show a bit. There you go. Nice. Let's move it farther. Look at that! Oh my god, yes! Yes, baby! I made him do it! I know it's called purring, but he's stretching. Look at that! I made him do a little cat stretch. Nice. Brrr, I can hear him actually doing this. I can hear him actually do this. Okay, save as Pinger. There you go. I have saved the PNG. Okay, now we go ahead and assemble them, so to speak. So we create a new one. Yeah, this is where my drawings get ambitious, right? So we do that, do this, copy that, put them here. Grab him. I would imagine it appears something like servers, very low, deep, angry gal. Yeah, like something like that. And ironically enough, I do have a dragon here that's actually inspired by Cerberus. I don't know if you guys if I showed you that already, but there is a dragon here that is actually inspired by Cerberus. Actually, one her moves is actually a straight up name dropping the inspiration. Let's see pa. Yeah, and she is Lilithlex, the brood mother, the one remaining pure dragon of Ashen. This girl right here. One of her unique moves is called Cerberian Purgation, where basically it's a defense move for 2 rounds. I really like the idea of this, where both her unique moves are not really offensive. Both are one is a support move, one is a defense move, and a lot of her offenses come from the learned moves. But either way, her idea is for 2 rounds, whenever an opposing creature targets this creature, you roll a 3d20, and every time you get a 12, it deals 20 damage to the attacker, and of course modifiers apply. So yeah, that's basically her unique move. She turns into fucking Cerberus, and I love it. She becomes a guard dog, if you will. And that's why she looks like this. Like I said, I really don't do overt references when it comes to my inspirations, but yeah. That's why she has 3 heads. It just so happened that I like King Ghidorah. King Ghidorah is my favorite of the Monsterverse creatures or monsters. So that's why I also did this pose for her when I did her lore thing. I call this the King Ghidorah pose because it copies the King Ghidorah from that King of the Monsters movie, which I really am disappointed because I need more King Ghidorah in my I really like that King Ghidorah design too, and unfortunately they didn't use him enough. They didn't use him enough. I need more King Ghidorah because look at him, he's so fucking badass. See, this is the pose right here. I copied it. Okay, I was inspired to do that pose. Fuck off. See, look at that. I know there's another pose of him doing the same thing, but from behind. That's what I remember. But this is the closest one I can find here for you guys. So yeah, there you go. Look at that. She's doing the same thing. Okay, now let's go back to putting the group together. So we're gonna put them here. Using a little stretch down here. Yeah, all that effort, right? All that effort and detailing to reduce him to this little small little snapshot of him over here. And I'm gonna grab you. Oh, no, not all of you, brother. All of you. So we're gonna group you. Like that. Grab that. I'm gonna save this too. There you go. So I'm gonna move him somewhere here. Oh, we gotta make sure that thing is not. I think it's okay if we cut the pagoda. Or I can move him lower. Like that. At least I can have the full pagoda. There you go. The team is assembled. Or the team is being assembled. So we grab Pyrina here sleeping. Hopefully we don't wake her up. Okay. Grab her, reduce her a bit. By a bit, I mean a lot. There you go. Put her behind her boyfriend. Oh, sorry. There you go. She's a bit big, actually. Let me just reduce her further more. It should be smaller because she is on scrunging. There you go. Okay. Yeah, everyone's resting and recuperating while Arkan is just locked into that perpetual position. Piranha dancing? Piranha actually is the easiest one to draw out of all of them, to be honest. The most complicated one for me is gonna be Volknarix because of his mane. Piranha, I always have trouble with the head. I don't know, for some reason I always have trouble with her head. You are gonna be dancing over here. Oh, no. You are gonna be in front of your boss. There you go. Nice, the whole team is assembled chilling. Now I just need to make a little platform to show off the scene. I think I'm gonna move Volknarix a bit higher up. A bit too low. We too low, brother, we too low! Look at that. Ah! Dude. I can't believe I've gotten to a point I'm actually making these complex pictures now. Oh my god, I'm sorry people. I'm sorry, I'm really nerding out here because I started this project. The very first creature I designed, I was like, yeah, whatever, let's just do this so I can at least have an example, whatever. Then eventually I was like, you know what, I kind of like drawing that. Let's make another drawing, and another drawing, and another drawing. Now I've gotten to the point, let's make drawings so I can make a bigger drawing and make that bigger drawing in a picture book explaining the lore of all these creatures. Like, fucking hell, man. How far have I been? This project truly is something. Truly is something. Look at that. And I need a fucking editor, by the way. I will say this. I am an idea guy. My writing is not that good. I need a fucking editor. I'm not gonna rely 100% on stupid AI to correct my grammar. Fuck that. I need an actual person to do the editing so I can talk to them. Okay, so let's do a very, very rudimentary background here. So we can safely finish this off. So here's the thing, I drew this piranha here right here with all that detail regarding her legs and everything, and it's gonna be gone. Like gone, because it's gonna be consumed by the background. Such is the fate of sometimes, dude. This reminds me when I draw Placivitus for his lore, for his short story segment. I made a whole ass fucking drawing of Placivitus. Right? The God of Chronicles right here. Let me just scroll up. I made a whole ass drawing of him. And a good percentage of the drawing is hidden behind this the prow of the ship. But you know what? It's fine. It's fine. Because if you've seen how I did the drawing just now. I drew this thing separately and just inserted this into this picture. So there's a clear drawing of Placivitus doing this pose somewhere there in the ether, somewhere in the files. Because I gotta tell you, there's a lot of them already. Alright, a whole lot of them. You see how unplanned this whole endeavor is because it's in my assets folder for Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3! Okay? That's how much of a back-end idea this thing, then eventually it just exploded. Now, look at that. I even have actual assets here. Ah! What am I doing? Okay, let's go back to that so we can finish it off. The platform, so let's put in some Astari scripting. Yeah, I also need to talk to a linguist as well. someone who knows or at least get an idea on making how a language is, right? Because I have come up with an idea for the Astari alphabet, which is interesting to me, but currently, of course, it's all just random symbols. But the idea of their alphabet is every symbol has a meaning, every stroke has a meaning. So I would say the symbols right here we're seeing is not it's not exemplifying words. No, it's a sentence. So it depends on how the runes are or the lines are shown, right? It's a whole ass sentence. This thing here is a whole ass paragraph. Me as a non-native English speaker, I could potentially be an editor, but obviously for a cost, which I don't know how much you're willing to pay. I don't know how much I'm willing to ask. That's the thing, brother. That's the thing. You live in Estonia, right? Here's my main problem. I'm just using it as an example, Denizim. If you're okay with it. Here's my problem when it comes to seeking help. Especially a lot of my contacts, a lot of my friends live in the US. Okay? Live in US, Europe, whatever. Not in the Philippines. I do have a Filipino friend, but, you know, they're not good at editing. Or doing the thing I wanted to do. But, regardless. The point is, my money is basically worthless to a good percentage of the world. Okay? We here in the Philippines, if I get paid $100 a week, that is equivalent to 5,000 pesos my money. Right? If I get, you see, 6,000 actually is the current exchange rate. 6,000 pesos, just to give you an idea, this is roughly the amount of groceries we spend on for an entire month. Me and the wife. That's how much a dollar means here. Okay? So if I were to hire help from outside the Philippines, they will be asking an equivalent to their money, and it has to be a living amount or a reasonable amount for them to live on or do the work. And it's going to cost me like quintuple or sextuple, heptatuple of what I can pay if I were to find someone in the Philippines. Which I have no idea who are in the Philippines because I'm an antisocial prick. Of course, I can put out an ad over there, but right now, to be honest with you, if I can do it on my own, I'd rather do it on my own. Because if there is one thing I right now want to hire, right? If there is one thing I really want someone to talk to or work with, is an editor that is a fan of creative writing to a point where I can talk to them about the story and the setting, where part of their job is not just editing for me, but actually someone who I can talk to regarding my ideas. Tell me, do my ideas suck? Is it cringe? Is it okay? Right? Again, we have a bias with our work. I look at this, I did something amazing. But for all I know, what I thought is actually something that's cringe or derivative or something greater. Right? I don't know. I have no idea. Well, I do have an idea because I have other friends that I've shown the work on, right? I have friends that I've shown what I've done. And so far, yeah, they like the idea and everything. But I prefer I can have someone I can actually delve into, one-on-one. Someone who's not really the word devoted is what I would go for, is someone who is into, right? Intruding on other IPs. That is possible, yes, but I think we have come to a point now with names that we cannot. It's hard to not do that, right? Especially with basic terms when it comes to a fantasy setting like mana, right? Magic, arcane, things like that, because it's kind of a generic term when you come to think about it. When it comes to these type of settings, it's actually unavoidable. You can try to put your spin on it, but it will reduce some of the familiarity, because those general terms exist for a reason, and that's why a lot of games IPs use them. Because if you say mana immediately, for someone who has the slightest idea of what a fantasy setting is, they would know, oh, it's fuel for magic, it's magical energy, whatever, right? The names of the creatures, again, same with the names. It just so happens that there's a lot of these marks in the universe. What can I say? I'm referring to our world, right? It happens in the real world as well. How many marks out there are alive? Oh, I did change the spelling a bit, right? It's not that obvious, right? That's the thing. I think it's fine if you change it to a point where it's not 1-for-1, right? It's not really 1-for-1. And the way I say it is not Kratos. No, I didn't say Kratos. I say Kratos is the way I read it. Feyrenya is not Feyrin, not Firen. No, it's Feyrenya. I just made it a bit slightly sounding there. The idea is there, but it's not 100%. It's the same with the other gods like Pereshkigal, which is actually inspired by a Sumerian goddess called Ereshkigal. So I changed it to a Preshkilgal because it actually is kind of a play on words as well, because she is the god of death. So fresh, as in fresh, kill, death, fresh kill, gal, because she is a girl. She's a female god. She's the goddess of death. So fresh kill girl is the thing I came up. So Pereshkilgal is her name. But yeah, I tried to make it at least, different. But the inspiration is there. It's the proper names that are going to be tricky when it comes to settings like these. For example, if you have a character named Homer, and it actually does behave like Homer Simpson, to the point that it might actually be looking like Homer Simpson, yeah, that's going to cause some problems. But if you just pay homage, like I think I did, right, with Kratos and Feyrenya, I think they're safe. They're fine. It's not 1-for-1. I took the name and used it. In fact, I just use, if you can even say, yeah, you use the name, but it's not really Frieren, isn't she? She doesn't even, the only thing that you can say Frieren-esque is the idea of, or rather the look, in terms of the look, right, is the eye and the earrings. But other than that, she's not even the same color scheme. Frieren is white and gold. Kratos, you can try to do that with his blades, because the blades is the blades of chaos. The only thing that I would say is that it's not really blades. It's a homage to the blades of chaos. I don't even call it the blades of chaos. They don't. The only thing that is similar to it functioning like blade of chaos is the idea of the mana links, or mana energy is increasing the range, but it's not really fire. It is walking, but I try to not be there. I try to be as far as the line as I can possible without actually totally disconnecting to the reference or the inspiration, right? Like, that's why whenever I do inspirations, I don't really 100% just look at a grandfather clock and just give it arms and legs. Right? It feels like a fanfic of 5 or 10 things where you just barely change anything. And that's where it gives off. I get that. That's more. I get that. That's another reason why I want to change the names as much as I can. Well, That is actually a good point that you're putting out here. For the first time player, it's going to be exactly that. You think it's too on the nose? It's too similar for Kratos? And do you want me to... You think I should change it? Is it too much? Right, that is the question. Is it too similar? Or is it a bit to be on the nose? Because my main thing, okay, this is my cope or my reason, okay. Yeah, I can see that with the name, but they don't really look like it. Right? They don't exactly behave like that. Right? The closest thing, absolutely, is on the nose. Really? So do you think it's a good idea to change the names? Because I can do that. I'm at a point where I can easily change names, actually. There's a couple of documents here that I need to change, but I'm at a point that I can just change the name, no problem, right? Yeah, because as I was saying, yeah, it doesn't really look like Kratos, right? If you look at him, do you really see, aside from the blades, do you really see him as Kratos? Right? I don't remember Kratos. Yeah, aside from the blades, right? That's the thing. That's the only main thing that makes him look like Kratos. They don't look like it, but it has the same two-sword looking limbs. So should I change the name then? That's my question. No, I'm okay with this. This is actually a conversation I want. Right? Should I go ahead and change the name? Or should I get rid of the idea of the thing? What would be... Because for me, personally, it's fine, right? I'm looking for opinions here. So, for you, what do you think should I do? Or if you're in this predicament, what is your advice? You want me to change the name? You want me to remove aspects like the blade thing? Right? What would be the approach? For me to make it not to be too much on the nose, right? That would be the question. For me, personally, this is why I want these types of things. I think you can let the cross stay because it already gives the hint that it's Kratos. But its drawing should say obviously the second part of the name should be different. Okay, so I think I can keep the Kra. Just remove the Theos part, right? Well, yeah, actually. I have an idea. But I'll explore that. Now I'm thinking, should I do that later or focus on doing this? Because I swear to God, I can easily change the name. It's fine. There's a function here where I can control F and replace. So every mention of Kratos will be replaced by the new name. Okay, I need some inspiration here. Give me... Let's see, if I'm gonna change the name, what would it be? Yeah, it's like, I think the idea should be just like his sons, right? Here, just to give you a thing. If we're gonna go the approach of just doing that, I think I got it with his sons. Because his sons, actually, the first letters of their name, if you take the first letters of the names of his son, it actually does spell Kratos. Right? His name, the name of his sons are Krybos, then Artros, then Roskos. So yeah, when you combine the first syllable, it does actually spell as Kratos, right? If you look at here. So I think Krybos is a good example of changing the name where it's not too obvious, or it doesn't give that on-the-nose feeling, or at least the idea of it, right? The Kray is there, but the next letter doesn't really sound like it. It still retains the sort of Greek feeling of it. Right here. So yeah, like I said, he splits into three different things when he died. So this was him. Then when he died, he split into three different aspects. So Krybos, Artros, and Roskos are the three aspects. And you can clearly see that on his design. The three parts, the three aspects, his three sons are actually a part of him here. They're like a Voltron sort of thing, the way I designed him. So yeah, if I were to change your name, give me words from other languages. I like Krybos, but you could possibly change Krabos. Yeah, I did thought of changing it to a C, but it's too similar to the word crab, if you know what I'm saying. And he's not really a crab. It's more of a snaky thing. Something with gold or tower. Because he likes that too. He looks like that too. I'm thinking of using other words for war in other languages. Words for war. For war in our language, war is actually not one word. It's quite a long word. It's called digmaan. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4 syllables. It doesn't really roll off the tongue. So let me just see. Right, digmaan. It's quite long. Let's see. Tower. Cravellum. Ooh, that sounds nice. Crabellum. Crabellos. Oh my god! Oh, I like that one. Crabellos. That actually sounds nice. Let's see how it looks like if I type it in. Crabellos. Okay. Pomelos, no. Vodnya. Too Russian. I don't remember using that style of naming. I guess Placivitus is the closest thing that sounds like that. Gavisti, no. That's too German. At least a Roman word is close to Greek. What is Greek for tower, actually? I am curious what we're going to do with that. Greek for tower. Tower or pillar? But Crabellos is actually interesting. I kind of like that one. Guerra, that's Spanish, yep. Brezel, no. It's too far. It's too far if I use these words. In Belos, Crabellum. Sanskrit. Oh, sorry. Kind of different. Greek for tower is Porgos. Oh. Porgos. Tirsis is another one. Tirsis. Pillar is Tulos. No, it sounds like shit. No, literally, it sounds like stool. It sounds like stool. I don't like it. I don't like it. World building. What is gold? Gold in Greek. I'm thinking either Crabellos or Crabellum. Bellum sounds like a woman's name, though. More feminine feel to it. His daughter's name is Belladrix, so that's already a Roman name. The inspiration for the name is for Belladonna, the goddess of war in Roman mythology. So I changed it to Belladrix. Gold is Chrysos. Chrysalis, Chrysanthemum. Krag. It's too barbarian sounding. Like the what's the god of war for Conan the Barbarian Universe? The Hyborian god of war. I forgot his name. Fuck! It sounds too similar to that. AG, yeah, AG is the elemental thing for gold. What's sorry, my nerd brain is not letting the God of War in Conan the Barbarian. Chrome, yeah, there you go. Chrome. It sounds too similar to that. He's not really a barbarian sort of thing. He's both the god of peace and civilization. So he maintains peace because war is a necessity for him. That's his philosophy, right? Peace through power sort of thing. So it's not really a barbarian that's rah, rah, fight, fight, fight. No, it's not like that. For him, it's a building block of civilization. His job in the old Astari Empire is more of a security arms guy, where he's more likely to do war as a response to maintain the peace and to build in order to give room for civilization to expand, grow, or exist. But he's not like, you must wait. He's not Korn from Warhammer. That war is just war. He just revels in it. No. He just so happens to be quite brutal at it. So the name also has to sound. There's a little bit of. That's why Crabellus is something that I kind of like, because it has this certain imperial feel to it, right? It has a certain imperial twang to it. And I think there are 3 documents that carry this name. So if I go for Crabellus or whatever name I choose, I'm going to change all of those docs. So it's fine. Like I said, that's what we do here. This is world building. Crandorf? It still needs to have either a Roman or Greek feel to it. That's why I'm looking for Greek words. Cransis? Nah. Crassilis. Oh shit, Crassilis. Chrysalis. I don't like how it's spelled. No, I don't. Well, maybe like this? It's too dragon sounding. Actually, because he's also the chrysalis of civilization, right? So having the name sounds like chrysalis is also a good idea. It also retains the Greek feel of it, in a way. And also, yeah, it's a bit too much. And also, it's similar to how the dragons in the universe named themselves, like Mistalelix, Airtalix, Gervalix, Lilithlix, right? Because his history is actually very tied closely to the dragons. In terms of, he fought against the dragons, he kind of hates the idea of the dragons being a part of Astari society and being co-rulers and such because of the history with the war and everything. So I think it's a bit thematic if his name actually sounds like a dragon's. And also chrysalis, because again, god of peace and civilization, because he's a chrysalis of civilization. And of course, the Greek for gold is chrysos or chrysos. So I think this should... I keep the cray. I put in more meanings to the name rather than just a spin at Kratos. Because yeah, there are several layers now to the name that I can pretentiously add in. Yes, pretentious is the word. Right? Kranedorf. I can use that for a name of a character, actually. But it's too German. It's too, it's too Rhinelander for me. For the Greek feel, right? Because Greek words tend to have a more softer and there's a lot of S's with the name. Achilles, Hercules. Oh no, he's Heracles, I think in Greek. A Roman is Hercules. Still, Zeus, Aphrodite. See, there's a softness to it. It's not hard, like Blitzkriegening, something like that. So yeah, Chrysalis. It looks silly though. I don't like to spend sillies. Chrysalius. Looks sillies. If I'm gonna do that, I don't like the word silly. Chrysalius. Chrysalius. Oh my god, it's too complicated. Chrysalis. Well, it doesn't have the silly anymore. Chrysalis. I'm leaning down on my chair. Let me just roll back a bit nearer to the mic. Chrysilian. Yeah, actually, I think for now this is what I would settle. It will take a while for me to get used to this new name, but I think I'll take this one. Because I already have several layers to the meaning of the name too, so that's good. Not like a simple just slap on sort of thing, like with Kratios, yeah. So, for now, that is going to be a name. So we're going to copy that. And we're going to search the old name, Kratos. Okay. So we're going to change each and every one of the mentions with the new name. Cretaceous. Fuck off. Control Shift B. Okay. Yeah, change that. Chrysalis, there you go. Control Shift B. Basically, we're erasing his name now. Control Shift B. Control Shift V. Okay, another one. Control Shift B. And I change another one. Control Shift V. Oh. Why didn't it paste? Why did it not paste? There you go. Thank you. Okay. Control Shift V. Chrysalis. Control Shift V. There you go. Nice. He has been stricken from the record. Okay, so let's grab the other documents that mention his name. It's gonna be the type. No, where's the typing of types? Yep, that's it. He was mentioned here. There he is. Such as the aspects of war. Oh, he's not here. Okay, the name is not here. But he was mentioned, such as the fractured aspects of the god of war. Okay. What's the other doc? Oh, the other doc is the species doc. The one that describes the playable characters. And yes, for people who are listening, you can choose your own player character and you have your own stats and everything. It's here. See, that's how long this name is in this. I had the name even before I made the drawing. Okay, I remember it being spoken here. There you go, Cretaceous. It's gonna be changed. There you go, Chrysalis. There you go. I don't remember any other mention of the names. I think that's it. So we're keeping that name for now. And I'm happy that I was able to make other meanings for the name. So nice! Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that suggestion, Denisium. Thank you. See, this is why, again, I prefer other people noticing my shit, because there are things that fly over my head. And trust me, I have very low eyebrows. I have very, very low eyebrows, if you catch my meaning. Okay. So let's continue with drawing here. I'm just going to put a fallen pillar here. There you go. It's basically stretching on some stairs. Not some stairs. There you go. Fallen pillars, when I said some sort of a ruin. There you go. Nice, nice. I like that. I like this. Got some good feedback. Got something changing. Because I'm not open to not change. I'm open to changing shit. Okay. Like I said, some people said some of my designs actually are too similar to some Pokemon. I was like, yeah, you're right. I need to change that. And there you go. I'm the type of guy who knows when I'm wrong, and I will accept that I'm wrong. Of course, there'll be a little bit of pushback, but you gotta temper your ideas in the marketplace, you know, in the marketplace of ideas, so to speak. So let's experiment on making some shadows right here for the feetsies. So look at that, Ma! I'm making shadows. Whee! Look at that, Ma! Shadows. Not as good, but still. Look at Ma making shadows. Damn. Now, thing is, should I continue making shadows up into here? Because he... Yeah, I'm gonna put something over here. Nope. Actually, the fallen pillar is not a good idea. I need something solid. Let's do that again. I can still make it some sort of a ruined thing, like that. So, but this time it has to be a flat surface, so it makes sense if you can do this pose. There you go. So let's make it some sort of a broken monument or whatever. Nice. There you go, we'll take that. Okay. And I'm gonna try doing the shadows again, because I am curious. Ma, look at me. Look at me making shadows. Woo! The light is here. Put the shadows here. Oh my god, yes, look at that! Shadow making. Now, I think it's okay if I draw the shadow from here. Right, like that. Or does it have to be the whole body now because it's low enough? Or just the part that touches? Yeah, let's go with that. Let's not overcomplicate this yet. Look at that! Yes! That's nice shadows. Let's put some here. Why not? Bit too much. Look at that, boy! Look at that! Ah, ah! Love it. Dude, I love it. I love that. I love that. That's nice. Let's color that. Oh. Color that. Make these a bit brighter so they don't disappear. Nope! There you go. Okay. Now I'm gonna put some other, let's put a ruined rock here somewhere. Yeah, a little bit of earth jutting out. So let's get some brown. Let's brown it up. Mom, how do we make brown again? Oh, thank you. Oops. Oops, I forgot to layer. Because I'm a dummy dumb boy. Oh, why you are so very, very dumb. Very dumb. The dumbing dumb. Oh, dumbing dummy dumb. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Actually, it's not a rock anymore. It's a spring. So let's do that. Let's color it in. That, and let's put it behind the main pillar like that. And let's put the water flowing down. Okay. So I need how does it look like? I need to know waterfall. Waterfall base. Just waterfall, I guess. I just need to look how it. No, not that. I just need to know how it looks like when it hits the water. How white water looks like. A little white, I guess, over here. little clouds. Not too much. Okay, and let's darken that a bit. Just a bit, just a smidge. There you go. And let's continue with the water flowing down. No, it has to be a different color now. There you go. Okay, so this needs to continue further up because I plan to recycle it. Okay. Nice. Okay, I'll paint that. Woo! Ooh, baby. Nice. I'll do that. Did I got it? Did I make it look like a waterfall? Should I put in some droplets like that? Yeah, let's put some droplets. Put some droplets. A little bit drops. There you go. Aha! Nice. Then let's copy that and move it to the side over here. Flip that. Now, there you go. Then let's make a full waterfall over here. But first, I want to make something behind the massive block. Let's do that. Oh shit! Irena! Some ruins from a forgotten, bygone age. Oh no! No! Don't color everything brown, you prick. I need to see you. The very front. You see those lines? We need to close them lines. You need to be under Pyrena because you're behind her. Ah! There's something still I missed? No, it's sealed. It's just... it's too powerful apparently. There you go. Ah, look at that. Nice. Nice-oo! Now, let's do another one. This time it's gonna be that here. And let's put a head. Like that. And some eyes. No, it's too comedic. Just put it like that. Massive eyes of some forgotten deity. There you go. Okay, nice. Okay, very, very nice. Okay, getting too much detail here. Just it's fine. Keep it. Now let's put in the crack, I guess. Alright, so should I put in color? No, it's supposed to be faded away, so we'll not gonna put color on that. And you. Nice. Okay, one last thing I need is a waterfall. Just over here. So I'll do one more thing, and that's gonna be the whole picture. Gonna be behind everything, even the rock thingy. Hopefully that thing connects. Hopefully. Okay. Grab that chicken. Just do this. Nope. Make it flow like water, you idiot. Okay, so that should be fine. No! Stop it! No, it is. It has a hole. It has a hole. We need to plug that hole. Does it have a hole? Do you have a hole, sir? There is a hole. There's a massive hole. Right here. Let's plug that in. Alright. That should fix that. Yeah, there you go. Nice. There you go. Got it. Yes, I got the scene from the story I'm making. All for the heroic quartet. Nice. And I will be right back. I shall be back. Give me a few moments, people. I am in a hurry. Not really. Ah, the scene is done. Nice. Oh, I'm gonna relax a bit. That was quite late adventure. I'm just fascinated at some details here not seen, like Pyrene's lower extremity of her sleeping, which is actually, I really like this detail. It's so cute. Is not seen. It's not visible anymore. No, it's fine. And there you go. Save, save, save. Action pose. It's gonna be the heroic quartet. Nice. Oh. His guns kind of blend in with the statue behind, kinda. Dude, imagine if we have proper shadows and lighting in this scene. That would be even more awesome. But alas, I don't have that skill yet. I have rudimentary skills, okay? Rudimentary. I can't believe I was able to do this. Sorry, I'm still mesmerized by the thing I just made here. I know. I can't believe I was able to do that. I was able to make 4 different drawings come together in the scene. Assemble them in a scene like this. Nice. And it's just like the way I described it in the scene. All 4 of them chilling. Well, this guy ain't chill. He just looks like he's chill, but he's not. He's stressed out maintaining those 3 portals, okay? Why do you think 2 of the girls are with him? God, I really like it. Sorry. Can't stop. Not. Ah! It's like when I drew this, some of the scenes, like for example, when the first time I was able to draw a complicated scene like that with Perishkigal and Ebersage. This one right here is the first ever complicated drawing I made where there's more than one. Well, there's another one, but it's fine. It's not really something. This one here, where I actually assembled the picture, this is the first time. I think I just stopped and looked at the picture and just, wow, I made that. I made a drawing of the goddess of death killing her husband. And it's 2 drawings too. Same thing as I did with the other one, where I assembled them eventually. I got the concepts, I drew the poses, then I assembled them. Yeah, this is the first time. Look at that. Oh, I still remember it. Thank you. It's a dark picture. Since it involves domestic violence to the point where the goddess of death killed the god of deceit because of I haven't disclosed yet the origin of their dispute, why she did that, but yeah, it's basically a dispute between 2 extremes. And then that's basically the catalyst, man. After that, I just went on full stop because this is the first time I made a short story that actually is complicated here with Yaldesh, but I didn't draw a specific scene for it, just some reference. So then eventually it morphed into, you know what, I kind of want to do a scene that's specific to the short story. Then when I got to Ainoboros' short story, boom! I draw him staring down at a Esper. Like, look at that. Fucking hell. And goddamn is this guy complicated to draw with the many hands. It was a nightmare drawing all those hands, man. So yeah, I got more and more complicated as it went on. So this document right here is a gradual progression of how ambitious I got when it comes to drawing, right? Here's when I first experimented doing a sort of additional layer, a transparent layer to make it look like it's night. Right, this is the first time I did an action pose like this, where it's Then, yeah, as I said earlier, the thing with Ebersage getting off by his husband. Then, yeah, it got more and more ambitious to the point that I'm actually drawing scenes like that. Yeah, poses like this, where he's waiting for a challenger atop his cigarette, his nexus of power. But this is the one I really like. This drawing right here. I don't know if I already told you guys, but this drawing right here, when I first made it, was like, wow. I made that effect because he's swimming, right? The transparent layer of the water, it making some of his parts look they're under the water, right? And the splashes too. I was like, wow, I can't believe I made that. And all that for just one picture of him in the corner over here swimming towards something. We'll get to that eventually once I get to the lore bits, the lore videos. But yeah, just for a lore bit of Catlalix basically going off to fight Ertalix and telling or warning people that they should stay away. I really like the effect I made here with this with the underwater thing. Very, very nice. So yeah, very ambitious. Now let's put that picture in. Oh, I think I have my... Ah, there you go. Now we're in Loot Gulane. Diablo is one of those RPGs that I spend fuck ton of hours. Like, I have a character for every class. My favorite is Necromancer, of course. My second favorite is the Amazon. I had fun with her, okay? Turning into a impossible to conceive Gatling gun with a bow is fascinating to me. I also like one of her skills with its strafe, I think, where she turns into an auto turret, where every time you click, she just picks targets. Like, he just shoots like 10 arrows at random targets he automatically locks into. I really like that skill. Now, where is... No, not the Secret Empress. I did save it, right? Heroic Quartet. Oh, there you go. I did save it, but it's not a PNG file. It's a Krita file still. Let me save you as a PNG. Yes. No, I said save you as a PNG. You absolute moron. There you go. PNG that. Nice. Okay, so we're gonna put that in the document now. Archon is easy to draw because he doesn't really move. He only moves when he's at his Garuda mode, but other than that, he just doesn't really move. Look at that. Okay, let's put in a table here so we can put in some words explaining what the context is. Okay, so I need this. To be put here. Confiscated. Ah, fuck. Data log by taken from Deputize Cassandra Bianca. What's her last name? It's not Silverhelm, it's Van Helm, yeah, Van Helm. Oh, no problem, Denisium. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you. Thank you for the support, brother. And thank you for the help. You have a good one, alright? You take care of 'em wherever you may be. May luck and happiness follow you. Have a good one. Bye-bye. Former branch manager. Supervisor. Operations supervisor actually is more corporate sounding. Operations supervisor. Of now defunct BMs. Benison's Mining Corporation. Operations supervisor. Silverhelm branch. Oh, now defunct. My Bellatrix on events. All SMDs contain this photo. Because yes, the thing is, all the gods, demigods are known. So, okay, no one is a secret. Technically. Save one. Currently. Might expand. But currently, one is being kept secret. The free, everyone knows the free because they're the most active, right? Pyrena, Ferenia, and Volknarix are the active ones. So they run around, do hero stuff, whatever, causing all sorts of trouble. The goddess of justice, Bellatrix, doesn't actually like these three. Especially Pyrena. Because she is the most active in terms of her vigilante-isms. The goddess of justice doesn't like that. She likes structure. She likes things to be sanctioned first. And for her, right? She doesn't like the gung-ho sort of, we're gonna do this, fuck you all, sort of thing when it comes to their heroics. So, as I stated before, they were the reincarnated versions of the ancient heroes a few thousand years ago. Okay? So they were, one is a human, one is an elf, one is an offspring. So when they died, something happened to them and they got reincarnated, or well, basically revive into these. Same with the great hero, Arkan. Actually, this is the first time I named the great hero because I usually just refer to him as the great hero with previous docs. Actually, with this one, this is where I actually name drop him. Right? So Arkan is the great founder of the Auric Confederation. He's the one who set up the government after the fall of the Cosmic Order, which is basically the Betrayer's government. The empire of the Betrayer. So after they beaten him, he founded a new government, and that's the ruling government for the last 1,000 years up until our year where the game is set, which is year 1050 of the new founding. So throughout that time, he's basically like that, inactive. No one knows he exists except the government, except the Auric Council. No one knows of what happened to him. In fact, the stories keep insisting no one knows what happens to the great hero or the great founder when he walked into the blasted waste, never to be seen again all those hundreds of years ago. The government knew. He came back as Arkan, the aspect of tragedies and heroism. He was resurrected as a half-Astari demigod when he... I won't disclose yet, but let's just say he didn't die. Maybe. But when they found out about him, right? Because these three are not... Well, I think Bolknarix is the only one that's a blabbermouth. Firina won't really talk to you because she's not that type. Unless there's a specific reason for her to talk to you. Pyrina doesn't really disclose certain things like that. Right? Unless she really needs to. Bolknarix is the blabbermouth of the three. He'll just yap on and on and on and on and on about everything and anything that happened or in the past. Whatever. He just... Bleh, 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 bleh. But as much as the government wants, they'll suppress that. For a reason, okay, the Auric Council hides the fact that the great founder is still alive, and he's actually in a half Astari now, because it opens the question, the possibility of ascension into the Astari, into demigodhood, and it's not a good idea to have that idea running around in a already mana-starved civilization, where you will have private individuals, companies like the Benisons, actually researching how to get that, how to do that, or getting close to the knowledge of realizing they can do that. So, with the free, the public has this idea that these three demigods came to be as shortly after the ending of the Cosmic Order, the old founding is what they call it. They're not related directly to the three heroes, but they're more like they don't see them as reincarnations directly, but more like their aspects becoming God form. Like, it's not them reincarnating, it's not them becoming that, not literally them, but rather their qualities transferring into these forms. That's their idea. It's not, they don't know. And the government prefers that. They never clarify that, even theologians. Of course, there are people who think that way, but the prevailing notion is no. These are not them literally. But Bolknarix will tell you that because he doesn't care. But if you tell that to anyone other than the government, they'll say, no, that's stupid. How is that possible? No one. Cross-species thing is never a thing. It never happens. You don't transcend or you don't change yourself. No, it's no longer possible. That tech is long gone. We don't even have the means to do that anymore because it costs too much mana and we are starving here, okay? We need to ration whatever mana sources we have. So that's the idea. And again, it creates such chaos. If there's people who can ascend to such levels of power. Although you're not as powerful as the gods, but still, right? Imagine. Some idiot just decided to, oh, I want to be the very best, and turns yourself into a Mewtwo. So no, it's being suppressed. So no one knows about Arkan. At least they hid that because, as I stated earlier, so no one knows. It's being hidden. The only ones who know about that are the government, the Auric Council, the Justiciars. Basically, that's the agents working directly under the Goddess of Justice, Bellatrix, and of course some higher ranking Astari, which is the secret agents. They're the government agents. They're like specters of the universe, right? And that's basically the player character. And you are not told about it, but if you somehow find out about it, or need to know about it, they will tell you about it. You have authorization, you have clearance. But they will not go out of your way to, oh, by the way, there's another demigod out there. Oh, really? Yeah, no, they won't do that. They would try to keep that information as secret as possible. So at least to suppress the idea that, yeah, you can actually... We can still actually turn ourselves into powerful beings. And not just that. Yeah. So yeah, that's it. That's why Archon's existence is mostly kept secret. Other than the fact that he's also able to create link gates, which is basically a link rune, but unlike the standard link rune that animancers use, where it's a back and forth sort of thing, right? The link rune has to be specifically present to that location so the creature can get to that location, right? That's how it works. There are waypoints like that exist, but currently if a sentient being uses it, it's gonna fuck them up in the brain unless your anatomy would take it, and Astari are the only ones who can take it. And let's just say the higher caste, the gods, they have their system that does the teleport thing, will allow them to go through without fucking them up, and they can bear it. So sentient creatures that go through it cannot, but Archon's portals can, as evident by the short story. That a sentient being passed through it, they were fine. A little bit woozy, but they were fine. So that's another thing they're trying to keep secret. Because again, if you have the power to create it, not just that, the portals, he can actually spawn them anywhere he wants, as long as there's sufficient mana to actually materialize the thing, and there's not enough disturbance. Or for example, he can spawn it directly inside a volcano, sure, but that volcano, once he opens it, that lava is gonna pour through that portal, you know. There is a range, of course. You can't just spawn literally in any planet. No, there is a range. It has to be somewhere he can perceive or has gone through, so it has some sort of memory about it, right? So sometimes if he doesn't recognize the place, or if he's too unfamiliar with the place, he might send a portal, or either you or the aspects to go through to a familiar place. Or he just plops it up in the sky and just fall. That could work too. So yeah, that's another thing they're trying to keep secret, because this is biomechanical technology. This is not something he's able to do naturally. This is ancient Astari tech that can be replicated if they know how the machinery works. Yes, because Astari are masters of genetics. The ancient Astari are masters of genetics and biomechanics. It's this guy right here is the reason why Astari have such mastery of biomechanics. Is him. Radses, the god of matter, industry, and intangible. He is the golden prodigy who actually is a bit insecure because he cannot ascend to greater power without, or the simulacra, basically. Long story short, greater power without doing augment. So he mastered biomechanical technology. He advanced it so much that he was able to replace most of his anatomy and turn himself into this. It's basically a cyborg, and the only thing remaining of him as in terms of his biology is inside the central core of his current body. So yes, that technology is long lost. At least the most advanced mechanics of it is lost, or hidden knowledge in this case, right? Because you can't just go around willy-nilly and have all these powers, and there's no basically limiter, and everyone is in a world where mana is slowly being drained away. Again, if the more cataclysms happen, the more gods intervene. That's why, as much as possible, the government tries to control the movements of gods like Airtalix, because he is quite the walking catastrophe, because he loves spawning storms out of nowhere. He loves starting fights with some of his brothers and other gods, because he has this certain idea of protection where constant testing and training. He loves to test those because he himself knows that he cannot protect everything. So at least he needs to prepare those who think he can protect the world. So he does a lot of weird things like that. So yeah, so basically that's the idea why Archon needs to be secreted, right? Primarily that, and also he is the founder. It's better to know that your hero died a hero than to see him like this. Because he is basically, well, not really. He didn't die like a mysterious death. It's just basically the thing that they need to hide the tech, and to the idea that yes, you can, and it has happened, that you can ascend to or change and become a demigod or an Astari, half at least, by doing what they did, and I will not disclose that yet. At least, even though Clerics is a loudmouth, is a blabbermouth, he's not going to tell you that, at least. What they did, or what happened to them. Or they were able to become like this when they passed. So yeah, that is why he's remained mostly a secret. And that's why these three are able to do all those heroics all over the world in a very quick fashion. Burping. Yes, but of course everything can change, right? But currently that is the lore. That is what I came up with. That's the reasoning. I might change it eventually when I get something else or when I think of something else, but currently that is the idea. So we shall see. Again, this is all work in progress. Anything can change. You just saw me change the name of a god from Kratos to Crasilus, just like that. Because it is a bit on the nose, which is something I am trying to avoid with the reference. So yeah, that is currently what we're doing here. And that is the current idea with Archon. The reasoning might be different by the time I explore this further, or it might not be anymore like that, or it might be something he actually requested for him to be sequestered because he doesn't. For him, this is some sort of a penance, which is actually just reminded why he actually went to the blasted waste in the first place. It's because there's a little bit of guilt going around him. There's a little bit of not really regret, but there's a little bit of let's just say he's a bit traumatized by everything that has happened during his heroic days, and there's a little bit of sadness or a little bit of depression going on about him. Again, he is the aspect of both heroism and tragedy. So yeah, that's why he walked through the blasted gates. That's why when Bellatrix first met him and he was judged by Bellatrix, he was guilty. He was guilty of a lot of heinous crimes, but for Bellatrix, it was justified because he acted in the way that it must be done. But still, he is guilty. He's not absolved. No, he is guilty of those horrific things. So yeah, it ate through him through those years, and that's why. We'll expand on that later. I need to flesh it out, but the idea is there already. And that's another reason why he's also called, why is one of his titles here is the Sequestered Exile, because he chose to be like this. He chose to be hidden, he chose to hide himself, he chose to be not directly involved. Well, he's kind of directly involved, but not to the point where it's like these three are constantly being seen by mortals and just being, heroic and all that. Even though he wants to sequester himself, he cannot still stop being a hero or being helpful. So that is the current idea I have for Archon. He's both heroic and tragic, which a lot of heroes are actually. It's their spur of the moment. That's how they become heroes, or they act as heroes in the first place, because them enduring or experiencing some sort of a great tragedy in their life, right? That's their call to action, so to speak. So yeah, and that's him. That's him currently in a nutshell. And one that I said, I really don't like doing the lore drops as much as I can, so that's why we're doing little snippets. And again, I really like leaving a bit of mystery. That's why I'm not 100% dropping all the things. And that's also another reason, of course, is because it's still work in progress, right? This is currently what we have for the setting, the idea, and maybe it will change, maybe it will not. We'll see. So let's continue what I was typing here. Also, I do find it helpful that I can speak these ideas out right? I can talk about it. It also helps me in terms of thinking, oh, actually, is it a good idea? The more, because my brain is working, I'm thinking. So, oh, yeah, you're right. It is actually okay if I do that. Yeah, actually, that's fine. It's fine. Yeah, I think this is okay if I do it. Yeah. Talk, because part of one of the advice is talking out loud with your idea, with your dialogue, with your story, because talking out loud, for me, it really helps with the brain, and also you get to hear, right? We all have this part in our brain that actually whispers to you if you're doing something cringe or dumb, right? It triggers that part of your brain when you hear it out loud. Also, you can get to see if it really rolls off the tongue, because especially with names, right? If you watch the earlier streams, you would see me struggle with pronouncing some of the names I given these characters, these creatures, because I never tested them out loud, like as much as I have been doing right now when I'm doing these streams. Because when I do this, I just am quiet with a video playing on my second monitor. I'm just type, look, walk around back and forth. Recline on my chair, thinking, right? Sure, I can just do that off stream, but that's how I tend to do it. And also, I get some feedback, some nice feedback from the good folks here. So that's very, very nice. Alright, so let's continue here. This photo shows Archon inactive. I'm gonna put something here. Demigods. Home. As prescribed by the other words, other ways to say secret panels or secret laws, something like that. Apocrypha. Without any mention or indirect evidence to the existence of Khan must be kept secret by any means necessary. Any leak that is confirmed will be punished through articles 7 to 21 and presided and administered by the goddess of justice herself, by Lady Bellatrix herself. Alright, nice. Alright. Last note. Day 56 or 57, man. Okay, let me just think here for a bit. Oh, sorry. I'm thinking of a good opening line. Good opening line to close this all out. Oh, did I say or? God damn it. God damn it. Tisms. Tisms, bonisms. Oh, ninja streaming. Let's crash his party, why don't we?
I mean, if they have a reason to be...
Let's crash someone's party while we don't
we
mind.
go this way. We are not fucking dealing with this boy. I've killed these things once, and I'm never doing that again. I can prove I killed them. I have the talisman that proves I killed them. But you'll never see me. I'm wearing my tree hat. Oh, you can't see me. I'm in the grass. I got my tree armor on.
No, he's not reading chat.
I almost just want to fucking sprint through here.
Sorry, this is my friend Ninja. Let me just crash his stream a bit.
Hey, what's up, Phoenix? Early stream, huh? Yes, sir. Alright, so like, Mulaney is hard as fuck because, lore-wise, she's the only one that can stand toe-to-toe with Radon. Radon, in the base game, is hard, but lore-wise, he's lost his fucking
Oh, what the
mind,
fuck?
and he's been rotted, so he's not as strong as he used to be. And then you have who's easy lore-wise? I'm trying to think who that would have like come into play with. I don't know. Oh my god, you guys see that shit? Oh, he's fucking got his balls hanging off his face again. Just get
Bastard,
through this
read chat, you-
area, don't hit any of these
You
bells.
bin.
That was mean. Whichever developer was like, hey, you know what we should do? We should
Ninja's
put
not reading
plants
chat, asshole.
that ring-a-ding-ding
Read chat, you asshole!
whenever you touch them in the sneaky part, and then it'd be the only place in the entire game where there are ring-a-ding-dingy bells on plants.
Not reading my
So
chat,
that it
bastard.
really fucking
Bastard!
surprises whoever runs in there.
He's too busy locked into his own
Really fucks
monologue.
them over hard. That's what we should do. Anyways, I'm gonna be back to my own stream. I will be on alert. I can raid you, but YouTube would give me 1,000 subs. I don't know what that means. I think he was saying he doesn't have enough subs to do a rating, which is fine. I also don't have enough subs for that. Oh my god. Oh.
Alright, now we go back. Okay, what would be a good opening for this? Give me a good opening, brain. Come on, give me a good opening. Give me a good opening! Damn it. You need to be tight. You, where? Oh, this is gonna be fun. Okay, I'll keep you here for now, then I'll just move you back up once I'm done with this. I hate you. I hate you. Why is it here? It should move over here. What the fuck, you? Sometimes this text wrapping thing is frustrating as hell. It's a lot of wasted space if I do that. But here, if I do tight, let's go through. Stupid going down here, the fucking stupid letters. Why are you going? Why are you down there? Explain this odd behavior. Dude, sometimes I just don't know a word when it's formatting. Why are you going down there when there's obviously space that this is where you should go? Why is it forcing itself to go down there? What's the logic? Word. What's the logic? Why is this? Why do you think when I chose through, this is because of this space right here, so you think it's like that? Ay, por Diyos, por Santo, Santo Santissima. Sometimes these things just exist to annoy me. They just exist just to fill me with such anger and frustration to this bullshit. Look at that. There's a lot of space over here, yet it's refusing to use this space. Look at that. Even if I click it, it refuses to go to that space. For word, this is the next space over here. This is where the letter should go, down here, not over here. If I go through square, it's gonna waste a lot of space. Because come on, look at that. That's a lot of space. If I go it through, it's gonna be an idiot. Or tight. It's gonna be an idiot and just assume the next line of the next. Look at that. It assumes this entire thing is part of the picture. Is that what's going on here? Is that what's going on here? Just look at that. Look at that massive gap being wasted, right? I don't get it, man. I don't get it. This. Find this Word doc, you know. It's fascinating how, what sort of eldritch esoteric knowledge do they think this is a good idea, that it doesn't account for the space that does not have a picture, but instead it goes to whatever this is supposed to be. Oh, it looks at the picture and the nearest space where it can go is down here, so therefore the one who's making the typing, the writer, wants the next space to be here, not here. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that as long as I can go here manually, but no, it's not. See, when I double click, instead of the cursor going to where I want it to be, it's forcing itself to be there, right? It's no, you're clicking the picture. Oh, you want to find the picture? Oh, you want to find picture? The picture. The picture, right? That's what you want, right? The picture? You want the picture, right? Here's the picture. You are a massive idiot, that's what you are. You are a massive moron. The very definition of stupid. When I look at a bloody dictionary and I look for the word stupid, your picture will be their word, along with a multitude, a plethora of other morons that has existed in our entire universe. Look at this, it's not letting it go up. It forces itself to do these weird things that does not make sense when you come to think about it. Of course I'll adapt. That's what we're gonna do. That's what we have to do. Otherwise, this whole stupid escapade is gonna make me go blah, 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 blah. I don't want that. Alright, let's continue. Days. I don't like this opening. It's been 2 days. Hour. I guess. Should it be 2 days? I'm thinking about the timeline. Should it be 2 days before it comes up with a plan or something? Days. I guess. Ay, shit. I don't know. I'll be right back. Give me a moment, people. I will be back. Give me but a few. Now I'll put this up. And I'm gonna pace my room for a bit. Give me a moment. I'll put the BRB up. I remember you. The BRB is the BR is the BRB. The BR, the BR. BRB. I need to think. Oh, I had something. I think I have something. I think. I'm not sure, but I think I have something. Oh, I. Okay. No, I. 2 days. 2 days. Spent in this. Little slice. Isolated, God's knows where. Isolated bliss in scenic, God's knows where. They actually got out. Got me. Got us some nice proper brains. Caught up in planning. We barely even noticed it. Noticed it. Like eternity can pass here and fly by. Aurelian balls. It could actually be an eternity already. And all this planning is for no. For nothing. It's all for nothing. But yet actually got us some nice rubber drinks. Confirmation it's actually been 2 days. But then again, from the whiskey. Known to last, I said, to last forever. Not today. I kind of want to actually put Mary here. Never seen Mary so relaxed. Running around like she's a little kid. She isn't. Let's see. Kid I found. God knows how many years ago. Loosen up quite a bit. Filmreator the other day. And guess what she named? She names it Cupcake. I never heard of a cupcake that can run you down and tear you to pieces. Women. Two pieces. Heroic quartet. Just lounged about. Waiting for us, mere mortals, to tell them what to do. I mean, should Archon's job. Tell them that. What's what? I had to never seen him move. Move or do anything. If I don't know. But that's my monkey brain. Total monkey brain. Not some ascended demigod. Folk. Of all. I can't even get a straight answer. Why he chose this exile. Is that even the word for it? straight answer. Even Rope doesn't know. He just want to be like this. He said, I mean, why would whatever. She's resting right now. Tuck her down. She is resting right now. Tuck her out. 2 days of sleepless days. 2 sleepless days. I'm planning your employers. Bosses, I think, is more of a downfall. Finally caught up with her. Oh. Not fun. That's any employee's dream, I guess. As for they are just lounging about. Daming. Okay. Employees. Dream. See? Dyslexic. Even when I'm typing, I'm dyslexic. Waiting for us mere mortals to tell him what to do. Why does this thing insist on putting commas everywhere? I don't know. Birdos. safer without him, he said. I mean, why? Did he not do all those things that history has done? Those my teacher, my old teachers kept blabbing on about. I mean, he's still helping. He's still helping folks. But not. But I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's the drink that's talking. The drink that's talking. But I kinda get it. I think I get it. You spent so much time being the hero. You forget that sometimes everything takes its toll until one day it catches up to you. And even then, you just can't stop it. Stop. Being I raise my glass to you, sir. This glass, this bottle to you. Find peace one day. Right, hero or god. There you go. Nice. Okay, I kinda like this. I kinda like this. Now, this is my problem. I'm gonna fit this in. How can I fit you in? Simple, we just reduce the font. Sorry, my cat is losing his brain again. Oh, it's gonna cut Piranha's head. Fuck. Oh, fuck off! There you go. Nice, I kinda like this. You just can't. See, dyslexic typing, I hate it. You just can't stop. You just. Even then, you still just cannot stop being a hero. I don't know. See, here you go again, dyslexic. The drink. Ay, ay, ay. You can do this too. Maybe it's the drink that's talking. Oh, double. Why is it double? It's talking. I think I get it. You spend so much time being the hero, you forget that everything takes its toll. Until one day, dyslexic typing, god damn it. Until one day it catches up to you, and even then, you still just cannot stop being the hero. I raise this bottle to you. May you find peace one day, great hero. I like that. I like that. That's his own interpretation. It's kind of close to what I have in mind for Archon. Nice! Day 57, 2 days. Spent in this little slice of isolated bliss in God's knows where. Sandra and I were too caught up in the planning. In planning, we barely notice it, like eternity flew by. We don't even know. Balls. Has it actually been an eternity? We won't even know it. We won't even notice it, actually. We won't even notice it. Like, eternity flew by. We don't even notice it. Balls. Balls! Has it actually been an eternity already? All this planning for farfing nothing. Yet Phi, of all, actually got us some nice proper drinks. Confirmation, it's actually been 2 days. But then, Fulcrum's whiskey is said to last forever. Never seen Mary so relaxed. Even running around like she was the same little kid I found God knows how many years ago. Even Blondie here seems to loosen up quite a bit. They with her Doberjäger the other day. And guess what she names it? Guess what she names it. See, this is why I need to read it out loud, what she named it. Cupcake. I never heard of a cupcake that can run you down, tear you to pieces, and tear you to pieces. Run you down run you down and tear you to pieces. Well, at least she's resting. Well, she's certainly resting now. Currently resting, right? Well, she is resting right now. 2 sleepless nights, 2 sleepless days. And planning your boss's downfall finally caught up to her. See? Caught up. Or it could be that brandy. Well, that's any employee's dream, I guess. Well, actually, could be that brandy. As for you, why do you insist on doing the weirdest things with your formatting? As for the heroic trio, they're just lounging about, waiting for us mere mortals to tell them what to do. I mean, should it be our con's job to tell them what's what? Granted, I never seen him move or do anything. Even Rena and Fi, even with Rena and Fi constantly touching him. If Cassandra touches me like that, I'm... That's mortal monkery bane. That's the mortal monkey brain again. Monkey brain again. Not the same. Not some ascended demigod. Trying to ask why. But can't even get a straight answer. Why he chooses this exile? Is that even the word for it? Even Volk, he just wanted to be like this. The world is safer without him, he said. I mean, why? Did he not do all those things while teacher keeps babbling about? I mean, don't know, maybe it's a drink that's talking, but I think I get it. You spent so much time being the hero, you forget that everything takes its toll. Until one day it catches up to you, and even then you just cannot stop being the hero. Why is this bottle to you? And may you find your peace one day, great hero or god. Come on, I just added that. Why is it too much? I like that. I really like that. I think that's it. That's it. We're gonna close the heroic quartet with that. Alright, next up is Primodus. Yes, Primodus, the last one for the Pantheon. Before we move on to the basic creatures. I think. No, actually there's one more. I keep on forgetting them. Keep forgetting things. Actually, the trio or the quartet should have appeared after or before Placivitas and Lilith Lex, but I forgot about it. So here I am just scrunching them in. It's fine. It's fine. So let's go fetch. God of beginnings. and the end. He is a illuminate void type. And I have an idea what he looks like, but I'm still finalizing that idea. That's one in my head. And why is the... Oh my god, this is why. This is why I hate leaving the BRB screen up. That's why I don't like putting in the BRB. That's why I must constantly look at my stupid screen, because otherwise I'm going to forget about it. Okay, we have the god of that and that and that. Nice. And I am going to call it a day. Go ahead and think about Primodus' design. I'll go ahead and reread everything I typed just to make sure I didn't do the dyslexic typing again. You saw how much dyslexic typing happened there. But yes, again, thank you for everyone stopping by, all you lurkers out there. Denisium, thank you for the chats. And I'm going to go ahead and say goodbye for now. You take care, everyone. And everyone says goodbye as well. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, bye-bye, bye-bye. Like and sub.